the gateway to the West, the final game of the 2009 season, the Brewers and the Cardinals at Busch Stadium. And hello again, everybody. Jay Randolph along with Rick Horton. Wonderful to have you with us as this season winds down this afternoon. And Rick, it's been a most unusual year. The Redbirds scratching around and just hanging in, and then on the 24th of July, Holiday shows up.
That was a big day for Cardinal fans and for the Redbirds offense. Matt Holliday coming over from Oakland, and Tony La Russa putting him in the lineup every day. Great protection behind Albert Pujols. The Cardinals were blistering in the month of August, 20-6. They've struggled of late, but what has he done to this offense? Matt Holliday has had a great impact, and it's led to multiple Cardinal celebrations at home plate. Colby Rasmus, the rookie, making an impact, but Pujols still the straw that stirs the drink. And great starting pitching led to this celebration, and the Cardinals getting a chance to play in late October.
And today, it will be Pinheiro for the Cardinals, and an old friend, Jeff Suppan, going against him.
Looking forward to seeing Jeff pitch. We love Jeff Suppan in St. Louis, but not today.
When we come back, we'll be joined by Frank Cusimano.
Cusimano with Cardinal infielder Julio Lugo. Julio, what a dream season it's been for you to find a home like St. Louis, and why has it clicked for you in St. Louis?
Well, I feel comfortable here. You know, I've been very blessed to come here. We had a very friendly clubhouse. You know, people has been very good to me here, and I've done good.
What is it about Tony La Russa in utilizing the whole team and making everybody feel important?
Well, he understands the game better than, you know, a lot of people. He knows how to use his players and making them in a position that they could be successful.
This will be your 5th postseason, and you're going to be playing with some guys, some middle infielders like Brendan Ryan and Skip Schumacher making their first. What will you try to do to calm them down as we get ready for Los Angeles?
Well, there's nothing that really you could say. You know, you can tell them to try to relax, You know, same baseball, but you know, you gotta then control your actions, be in control of your body and you know, and your thoughts. That's the main thing.
So how often are you wearing that 2006 World Championship ring? I'd wear it all the time, just show everybody.
Well, it's a 2007. I think you guys won.
Yes,
we
that's
won
right,
in 2006. But I wear as much as I can. You know, I don't wear it so often because I don't want nothing to happen to it. But you know, when I go to special occasions, I wear it. It's a big ring. So
can you put into words what's it like being a world champion?
It's a strange feeling because you can go your whole life without winning a World Series. You know, your whole career. So I think it's the greatest.
Julio, we appreciate the visit. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, that's Cardinal infielder Julio Lugo. When we come back, 5 reasons why the Cardinals are the National League Central Division champions. Cardinal baseball continues after this. There are many reasons why the Cardinals will be playing postseason baseball. The obvious ones, Adam Wainwright maybe winning the Cy Young Award, Albert Pujols definitely winning the MVP award. But there are also some things that we didn't expect to happen that did happen. Here's our list of 5. Reason number 5 why the Cardinals won the division. Skip Schumacher. It just doesn't happen. A career outfielder makes the move to second base. Schumacher may not be Joe Morgan yet, but he's pretty good. And oh, by the way, he's a 300 hitter again.
Red says it's amazing, and I'd like to quote Red, because what we asked him to do, if he had just done an average job, he'd be a hero. He's done so much better than average, and I mean, I can't remember the last time I enjoyed anything over the course of the season as much.
Reason number 4, Brendan Ryan. When the $6 million experiment of Khalil Green blew up, the Cardinals had a plan B. That's B as in Brendan. If any shortstop played better defensively in the National League, we'd like to see it.
He's played a great shortstop here. And, you know, not to disrespect David or Edgar or anybody else that played here, but, man, he's been all over the field.
Number 3, Chris Carpenter. In the spring, most Cardinal supporters would have been happy if you said Carp would get to 10 wins. He got 7 more than that, and most importantly, 192 innings in the process.
Carp's right up there with the most important things we can have going.
Number 2, the mid-season moves made by John Mozeliak. The increase in attendance made it possible, but picking up Matt Holliday, Mark DeRosa, and Julio Lugo made a good team a great team. And the number 1 reason why the Cardinals won the Central, Ryan Franklin. Career middle relievers usually don't turn into lights-out closers in the sunset of their careers. Franklin did, and the Cardinals flourished.
You'll find the very best in senior living at the Gates.
Brought to you by Budweiser Select. Full flavor, 99 calories, the exception to the rule. By Steak and Shake, famous for steak burgers. And by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular, believe in something better. And a view from Keemol's Restaurant, high atop the Metropolitan Square building. Just a glorious afternoon to complete the regular season. Rick Horton and Jay Randolph with you, and of course Frank Cusimano joining us, and Mike Shannon will be along in a little while. And here's the starting lineup for Milwaukee.
The Brewers are trying to win 3 straight here in St. Louis. Braun, Fielder, McGee, the guys you got to watch out for. Fielder with a shot at batting 300 if he has a good day today, 3 for 3. That'll be tough to do against Joel Pinheiro, who is looking to become a 16-game winner in the National League, Jay, which would put him 3rd in the league behind a couple of guys named Carpenter and Wainwright. 2 other pitchers going today with 15 victories, Johnson with Florida and Marquis in Colorado. And here's a look at the Cardinals' defense. Holiday, Rasmussen, Ludwig from left to right in the outfield. DeRosa going to get some important at-bats here this afternoon. And Brendan Ryan with a chance to hit 300 today.
Pinheiro holding a 3-0 record and a 3.06 ERA in 5 career starts against the Milwaukee Brewers. Felipe Lopez standing in. Lopez batting .307. And a shot out into left. Holiday is there, 1 away. The temperature here as we get underway, 62 degrees. Fans still coming in on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Garrett batting .231.
I enjoyed the anthem too, Jay. I love it when the fans get a chance to sing together. I think there's something about connecting you to the experience together, and one of the things that's made baseball such a special activity over the years is the way fans can connect with family and the guys next to you and enjoying your favorite team at the same time.
1 ball and 1 strike to Garrett. He's 32 years old, out of Elmhurst, Illinois. Went to Stanford University. On the ground, and the play made in time, and a good play there as Albert kept the foot on the bases. He had to go out to his right to come up with that throw from Ryan.
Well, if you go to Stanford, you should be smart enough not to hit the ball to the guy who's a hot fielder. That's Brendan Ryan throwing off balance. Made some great plays. Albert with the good stretch. Brendan Ryan's done a lot to solidify the Cardinal defense. Albert with a chance today to break a major league record. 1 more assist. He is already tied with Bill Buckner. 1 more assist will give him the all-time assist record for first baseman in major league history.
Braun bats with nobody on. He hit the 2-run home run in yesterday's game early on. Braun batting .319, hitting .200 against Pinheiro in his career. Braun is the second player in Major League history, Albert Pujols the other, to hit at least 30 home runs in each of his first 3 seasons. Milwaukee 79 and 82 coming into today's final game. It's a little low. The Brewers as a team are batting .262 on the season. Fouled away. Braun has hit safely in 13 of his last 14 games, including a current 8-game hitting streak that he has going. 2-2 the count.
We talked about the fact yesterday that he does not walk very often, but he does a lot of damage with the bat. His good plate coverage, deep in the box, close to the plate, little open stance. Just not really sure where to pitch him.
And that's fouled just outside of third.
is a quick enough bat to turn on that ball inside. And you can tell even with his practice swing, he has that kind of chopping wood swing to make sure he's training himself almost to stay on top of the ball. Swing downward. A lot of power hitters, especially young guys, get that sense of getting that looping swing, long swing to kind of try to elevate the ball, but that's not how it works.
And a full count. The plate umpire this afternoon is James Hoy. Jim Wolf at first. Tim Welke at second, the crew chief, and Bill Welke, his brother, down at third. Payoff pitch coming from Pinheiro. Another foul. Braun first in the National League in hits with 201. Multi-hit game, 63. He is the poster boy for the Brewers, you might say, offensively, along with Fielder. Another foul.
It's a pretty good 1-2 punch.
It really is.
Added value that you've got one from the right side, one from the left side, so it's tough to kind of neutralize that, let's say, with a left-handed pitcher against Fielder. And when you go right left in the order, it makes it tough to figure out how to use your bullpen as well.
That just misses.
Pinheiro wanted that pitch.
And here is Prince Fielder batting .297. Fielder lifetime a .214 hitter against Pinheiro.
3 RBIs behind Ryan Howard. Starting action today. Howard 141 with the Phillies. Fielder at 138. Albert 135. 3 big sluggers in the National League. Close play.
And Albert asking the first base umpire Jim Wolf, didn't I get him?
Well, now Pinheiro may think he should have been out twice. Close play. Is he out? Boy. Bang bang there at first base. Albert applied the tag.
Fielder with a chance to hit 300 on the season. He needs to go 3 for 3 or 3 for 4 today to do that. Fielder's 24 years old. The man over there at first, Braun, just 25. They've got a lot to look forward to. They have some holes in this lineup and in the pitching staff, of course. But here's a shot into center field on the run, and Colby makes the catch. Took it right off the grass. Rasmus with a beautiful play in center field. A half inning by the boards. No score. lineup for the Redbirds.
Skip Schumacher will lead it off. A lot of the Cardinal regulars in the lineup today, other than Yadier Molina, who is resting because he's had issues with his knee. And he had a rough game in this series here where the Cardinals bullpen was chasing him all over the place. So the rest is good for him. Jeff Suppan, his 30th start of the season. He has been a durable guy for the Cardinals, now the Brewers. High ERA this season. Suppan not overpowering with his stuff, but very crafty.
And he will give a single up right off the bat to Skip Schumacher. How about that? At .301 batting average, looks a little better now. Defensively, here's the way the Brewers line up today.
Braun Cameron Garrett in the outfield. McGee has 15 errors at third in his rookie campaign. Made a couple of nice plays in this series. The veteran Kendall behind the plate, and Suppan. Lopez also has been really struggling defensively. 17 errors at second base for the Brewers. He's had a nice year offensively, but way too many errors for a second baseman.
That single by Schumacher probably means he'll get another at bat.
Keeps him in the game.
Here's Brendan Ryan batting .296. Strike on the corner.
Well, we were told by the manager, Jay, before the game, that if Skip had made an out there, he was done. Because he would be right at 300, and Tony, of course, is a team guy. But the last day, you are concerned about when the players have a chance to do something special. And batting .300 is a big deal for these guys, and should be.
Popped up. Fielder in foul ground. One away. Albert Pujols, a career .375 hitter against Suppan. Suppan making 30-plus starts for the 11 consecutive season in his career, tying the Nationals' Livan Hernandez for the longest current streak in the major leagues.
And that says something. You can go out there 30 times every year. That durability, not being hurt, being able to answer the bell. It's what Greg Maddux has told Mike Shannon many times, and I've heard those two talk repeatedly. Mike very close with Greg Maddux. They said, what's the biggest part of your success? And he said, showing up. Being there every fifth day. Of course, the ability doesn't hurt.
There's a strike on the outside corner.
.375 career against Suppan. Just one home run and a lot of at-bats, so Supes kept him in the park for the most part.
Suppan was on the DL earlier this season. Had a strained oblique. Curveball right in there. 0-2.
A strained oblique may be the reason that Chris Carpenter doesn't win the Cy Young. Not that he might not. He still might.
Hit up. Time called. Well, it's interesting to note that both Detroit and Minnesota are leading in their games in the fourth inning, 4-0.
What a race that's become. Dodgers took care of business last night in a pretty exciting game out in Chavez Ravine. Took care of the Colorado Rockies, who were red hot. But the Tigers and the Twins go down to the wire. Tied going into action today. Dodgers now have a 2-game lead on Colorado, which means the Cardinals will definitely be playing the Dodgers in round 1 of the NLDS.
And game 1 in Los Angeles on Wednesday. No times have been set for that game, or for that matter, any of the games yet. 0-2 the count to Albert. Struck him out. Threw him off speed stuff and then brings the fastball here.
It just paints the outside corner. Perfect location for Suppan.
Schumacher at first with 2 out for Matt Holliday. Matt is a .583 hitter against Suppan.
I guarantee you that both Suppan knows that and Holliday.
And he had a rip at that one. There you see his career numbers: 7 for 12 with 3 home runs, 5 RBIs. He struck out 3 times. Suppan is 60 and 74 on the road in his career. That's low.
And Holliday, like Pujols, are guys that you'd like to see get hot right now. Get hot for about 3 weeks and see where you're at. When those two are in sync and doing damage, this Cardinal team just takes on a different feel.
Two balls and a strike. Holliday had his 10-game hitting streak snapped on Wednesday. Foul at the plate. The Redbirds are 46 and 34 here at home. 46 and 33 against Central Division clubs. They're 1 game under 500, 28 and 29 playing day baseball. They've won 9 and lost 8 against Milwaukee this season. The even series, obviously. The 2-2. Down the line in left. Fair ball into the corner. Schumacher coming home. Throw to third, wide, and Holliday holds on. Jose Oquendo was trying to hold Holliday up at second, but he's able to make it to third as they kind of mishandle the throw there.
Well, he makes a perfect decision to send Skip Schumacher, who gets a good jump on this ball, hit right into the left field corner. It takes a funny hop off the wall, but Ryan Braun right there, fairly strong arm. Escobar has a chance to get Schumacher, but the throw is high and wide, and an RBI for Holliday. Here's the jump for Schumacher, round second, and as he's getting to third, he's picking up Oquendo right about here. He sees him waving and never stops.
Here's Ludwig. And Ryan standing in with a .267 average. 400 lifetime against Suppan, and he has those 96 RBIs. Two balls and no strikes. Veteran catcher Jason Kendall behind the dish today for Milwaukee, visiting there with Suppan. Ludwig snapping an 0 for 12 skid here on Friday night. Fouls it away. Our congratulations to the Blues. A nice way to open the season.
Oh, yeah.
2 wins over the Detroit Red Wings in Sweden. Both of those wins come from behind victories. Their season opens here at home on Thursday night.
We talked about the Cardinals being in L.A. beginning on Wednesday. They'll be in L.A. Wednesday and Thursday, off day Friday. back here to St. Louis on Saturday, Sunday, if necessary.
I always like to say if needed.
Well, you hope it's needed if you lose the first game.
Absolutely. 3-1 the count. And the walk to Ludwig. That will give Colby Rasmus the opportunity. Colby batting .253. He's a .250 hitter lifetime against Suppan. Hasn't faced him very much.
And the interesting thing about Suppan, as you look at the numbers for Colby Rasmus, is Sup is the kind of guy that can pitch 3 innings in about 5 minutes. But then he can pitch an inning that lasts an hour. He has a way of not only changing speeds as a pitcher, but he actually changes the tempo as well of the game. If he's struggling, he slows down, takes a lot of time in between pitches.
This ball bounds into the stands. Escobar, the shortstop, giving chase, but couldn't get to it. The third baseman might have had trouble seeing that ball. We have a high sky today. Very little cloud cover. Some off to the east, but bright blue above us. And another one into the seats in left.
Colby's not far off with his swing. He's just a little bit late on his timing. Notice that in the last few at-bats he's had. He's just not quite there as far as the timing is concerned. And hitting really begins with having that timing down pat.
Second among the NL rookies with 16 home runs. 0-2 the count. One ball and 2 strikes.
Colby also setting a modern day baseball record with the fewest number of words per interview. I didn't think you knew that, Jay.
Well, he doesn't say much. He's just a kiddo.
That's okay
20.
with me.
Yeah, just turned 23.
Oh, he's great to be around.
And he's a fine young man.
Oh, you bet he is.
Yeah, he really is. On a foul.
Well, guys can get in trouble for saying too much, and Colby doesn't want to go down that road. He's been very respectful of the fact that he's a rookie, and I really do appreciate that about him. I think we're going to see more flair, more energy, more attitude, because I think that's the guy that minor league teammates that played with him, that's who they played with. That's who they think of him as. But he's been very respectful here in St. Louis as a rookie.
No question. 2-2. I said to him this morning down in the field, "You feeling all right?" He looked at me and he said, "Yes, sir." That was it.
Well, he answered your question.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites. He's a terrific young man, as I said. Oh, he went around. Strikeout number 2 for Suppan. The Redbirds get a run and lead it 1-0 after 1.
Ball News Channel 5, top of the second inning. Cardinals lead at 1-0. Frank Cusimano with Cardinal General Manager John Mozeliak. Tony La Russa was thrilled with your work this season. He said, if you want, you can take the rest. There's a shot to Ryan. He can't come up with it, so it'll be a base hit for the Brewers, Casey McGee. He said that you can take the rest of the year off because you did so much good work. You're not going to take him up on that, I imagine.
No, I don't think I can, and I appreciate the compliment, but there's still a lot of work to do, especially as we turn the page from this season. But I think the one thing we're trying to focus on right now is really beginning Wednesday and knowing that's a new chapter in this book, and we're excited to see what it looks like.
The big question now is putting together your playoff roster. Do you see any potential surprises?
Well, the big discussion right now is really going to come down to whether we go with 13 pitchers or 11 pitchers or 12 pitchers right now, and that seems to be what we're discussing internally right now. So once we determine that, we should know what the makeup of this club will look like.
Have you seen enough out of Troy Gloss to put him on the playoff roster, or is that an item that's still being discussed?
It's still something that's being discussed, but I would have to say that the early returns from what he's done right now is, I'd say it's highly probable he'll be part of it.
And we also found out today in Derek Gould's column in the Post that you do some of your best work outside Dewey's restaurant. That's where the holiday trade was made.
That was a clever piece, but no, in all seriousness, it was something that he wanted to write about. I thought it was a nice story, and I do work outside the office.
John, we appreciate your help all year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, let's send it back to Jay and Rick.
All right, thank you. And Cameron at the plate, fouling that off. It's 0-2, and as you saw McGee get that infield single.
And I highly recommend folks reading that article about the trade that John Mozeliak was involved with Matt Holliday. It gives you a little bit of a glimpse into what these guys' lives are all about. And I think it's just a great story. It also gives you a glimpse into the life of Matt Holliday and his family and his wife having to deal with all the travel and the kids and being pregnant. And I mean, it's, this is not just, a piece of cake for these guys sometimes. Of course, they get great benefits from being big leaguers. Don't get me wrong. But there's a human factor that article really brings out. So I really commend Derek Gould for a fine job on that.
Yeah, excellent job. And Mr. Mozeliak is my candidate for Executive of the Year in Major League Baseball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The thing I like about him is he's straightforward. He does all the interviews. He does all the things he has to do, and he's straight up with everybody.
Very straight about the probability, the high probability, and you can't say yay or nay. Things could happen today to change what that roster looks like, but the fact that the Cardinals are thinking about 11 versus 12 pitchers, I think they're probably more apt to go with 11. But that means the bench is got another spot, and the fact that Troy Gloss is highly probable was a pretty direct statement from the general manager. It's probably as direct as he can be right now.
Just getting an update on the Royals and the Twins. The Twins got 4 runs in the first on 2 hits. There's been some long bombs there, and the White Sox at Detroit losing 5-0. They're now through 6 innings. This is popped up. Rosa. Visit the official online shop of the Cardinals at stlcardinals.com for the largest selection of authentic postseason caps, t-shirts, jerseys, sweatshirts, and more. Get your playoff gear straight from the source. The stlcardinals.com shop.
There's the look at the scoreboard. The Cardinals actually showing an inning-by-inning look at those very important games in Minnesota and in Detroit. And so far, both teams taking care of business. Twins picked up 3 games in 3 days, and it's been a nightmare for the Tigers. But that Twins team is so hot.
And if there is a tie, the playoff will be Tuesday because of Monday Night Football.
Twins are so hot they were able to win a game that Zach Greinke started yesterday. He did not get the loss, but they were able to beat the Royals. And they're doing it without Morneau. Arguably their best player or second best player. With Joe Mauer, of course, an all-star.
Throw over. This is Alcides Escobar, very fine young player. He's batting .298. He's got a chance to hit 300 on the year. He went 0 for 4 yesterday. Ooh, did it hit him? Yep. Got him a little below that right elbow, it looked like.
Well, hitters like to walk into pitches these days, and he kind of walks into it and then just turns, never really jumps out of the way. Almost seems as if half the hit by pitches, Jay, are pitches that hitters could get out of the way of. I mean, that's the way I read it.
I would agree with you there. That's something we see a lot of. Kendall is 0 for 4 in this series, batting .324 over his last 10 games, though. The veteran catcher ranks 10th on the all-time major league list of games caught, catching his 1,907th game today. Here's a long one into the gap in left. And this ball goes all the way to the wall. McGee will come home. And Escobar will follow him. And Milwaukee takes a 2-1 lead here.
Kendall does not have a lot of power, but he still has that gap power. There's a short swing. Really a good contact guy, and he gets a pitch that he likes here, and he goes down and gets it. Drives it into left center field. There's the short stroke, but perfectly placed in the gap. A couple of RBIs for the Brewers, and they take the lead. And this Brewers club, you have to give them some credit for how well they played in this series. They don't really have a lot to play for right now. I guess they're trying to hold off, and they've been trying to hold off Cincinnati for third place, as if that matters.
Well, it probably matters to them. You know,
it should matter to them. Yeah. Before divisional play, you used to actually get third place money.
Oh, that's right.
For finishing in third place, which I don't think is a bad thing, to divvy up some of the World Series share and do that with the second and third place teams. It makes them play harder towards the end. I think that would be a competitive positive as far as MLB is concerned, but I don't think they're going to go back in that direction.
Jeff Suppan batting .146. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looking down at the third base coach there. Wasn't Bunny. Suppan's have their first child in October. Coming up soon. This has popped up. Albert in foul territory. Follow the Cardinal playoff run every Sunday morning at 10 with Wings of Hope Cardinal Nation. 30 minutes of in-depth stories, interviews, and features about the hometown team, the Wings of Hope Cardinal Nation, right here on your home for Cardinal baseball, News Channel 5. Lopez flied to left back in the first inning. Milwaukee has plated 2 here in the top of the second to take the lead. Strike on the outside corner. Lopez from Puerto Rico. Slow. Switch hitter. Came over from Puerto Rico, went to high school in Florida. He's a former Cardinal. Nice play by DeRosa, but then he can't come up with a throw as that ball bounded out of his glove. It'll be a hit.
What you've got to really do is save a run right here. You're trying to catch it, but you got to make sure you knock it down. Backhand play by DeRosa, couldn't come up with it. It ends up being an infield hit, but much better than getting through and being an RBI for Lopez. Jay, we have a birthday wish to extend to Joe Chippy Scourin from Fairview Heights, who will be 92 years old tomorrow. He's a lifelong Cardinal viewer and fan. Played a little baseball when he was young. 92.
Garrett hits it into center field. Rasmus is there. 2 runs in the top of the second for the Brewers. They lead it 2-1. McGee running the bases might have hurt himself. I don't know, but Gamble now at third.
Well, McGee did reach the 300 plateau, so he may be taken out for that reason as well.
Absolutely. Here's DeRosa. Ball 1 to him. Mark batting .250. Out to the shortstop, Escobar. 1 away.
You know, it is tricky business, Jay, for a manager to be focused on individual stats when you get down to the last couple of days. But a lot of guys' contracts and really their whole off season and you know, 20 years from now, they're going to want to know, you know, did you ever hit 300 in the big leagues? Well, you know, no, I didn't. I hit 299. And Tony told us a great story.
Great story
the game.
This morning. I want you to relate it because it really was a fascinating story. Here is LaRue batting .245. He's behind the plate again today. Strike to him.
Tony had a year in the minor leagues where he's hitting .302 going into the last day and went 0 for 4. And said the manager wasn't aware, with Oakland, wasn't aware that he'd had those numbers. And a lot of the big leaguers got sent up, that the Joe Rudys and the Reggie Jacksons, and the manager wasn't really focusing on his new young infielder. And Tony went 0 for 4 and ended up hitting .298. And he said he was just irate over that. So not mad at the manager, but it's just so frustrating because that's your goal as a player. You want to hit 300. Pitcher, you want to win 20 games. And he vowed if he ever became a manager, he would be sensitive to his players going into that last day.
LaRue pops out to second, and Schumacher is coming out on deck, so he's going to get another at bat after leading off.
But Tony said if he was 0 for 1, that put him at 300 and his day would be done.
That's right.
And he wasn't even going to tell Skip that, and he wasn't going to ask him. You know, the famous story of Ted Williams being given the opportunity to have the last day off in a doubleheader when he was hitting 400 and he didn't want to take it off, and he had a good day. And ended up at 406, I guess.
Well, Tony, of course, today, his birthday, also related to us that he had fouled up the Ludwig situation last year.
Well, then we felt bad about it, Jay, because we were thinking that Ludwig did have that shot, and we're surprised that Ludwig did not hit one more time. We should have told him.
Pinheiro is out 6-3. The Cardinals are down 1-2-3. Milwaukee leads 2-0. The official Cardinals cruise. Call 314-968-9600 for more information. Cardinals have an announcement that they have just given us about the World Series tickets going on sale October the 20th, and we'll fill you in on that as we are joined by the voice of the Cardinals, Mike Shannon, and Braun will lead it off as we go to the third inning.
How are you, Jennings?
I'm well, thank you. Old Irish, how you doing?
What a day for baseball.
First pitch, flied into center field. Rasmus is there, and he makes the play, one away.
So what time do those tickets go on sale tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow. No, they go on.
No, online you've got to register for them.
Yeah, you can register beginning Monday, October the 5th.
At what time?
10 a.m.
What time?
10 a.m.
No, but is it? What do they have there? Central Standard Time?
That's it.
That's wrong.
It is.
It's still daylight time.
You're right.
Well, you can't get anything. Can't get past the old third baseman. What's
by
going
the old
on
third
here?
baseman here.
An official news release, and they've got a 200-year-old time off there. Holy mackerel!
Well, anyway, you can go online October the 5th.
That's tomorrow, I think.
And here is out number 2. Fielder grounding out, and that shift on. Very good job by Pinheiro to get over there and make that play.
Well, you know if it's going to go to the second baseman, you better get over there because look where the second baseman plays. He's in the shallow right. And they have the shift on for it.
And we had a foul up yesterday over there at first.
That's right. 2 guys there, and it's I got it, you take it.
Matt Gamble is the batter. He took over for McGee, who got that single to get over 300 on the year and has been seated by Ken Maka, the manager. Congratulations to him.
I'll tell you what, that kid might be the rookie of the year.
Got a great chance.
Well,
66 RBIs.
Yeah, so he's got the same number of home runs as Kobe, but he has more RBIs, and he's going to hit almost 40 points or so higher.
Yeah, he's a top candidate, no question. Strike to Gamble, 1 ball and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Just a beautiful day, Mike, huh? What a great day to finish the regular season.
You know, it's been a fantastic year, and this year is going to end on a nice note. Hopefully the Cardinals can come from behind and win this thing today. And they have their left-hander, the former Cardinal, warming up in the bullpen, Narveson. He's going to come in, and he's going to, I don't know exactly how many innings they're going to, if they're going to let Suppan go 2 or 3. Well, they want Suppan to start this game because it gives him 30 starts this year, and that's 6 years in a row.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. Here's one into the gap in left center, and it goes all the way to the track. And Gamble comes in and gets himself a 2-out double.
Yeah, it was fun when when Skip got that first hit when he started today. That was a pitch on the outside corner, but a little too high, and he went with it right out there at belt tie. And you could see the Gamble went with that pitch. Tried to pull it, and you hit it to the second baseman, most likely. But when Schumacher, he came in batting .301. So Tony was going to start him today. He said, if you get a hit the first time up, you can play some more. You make it out, you're out of there, because he wanted him to hit 300. I said, nah, I don't want it to look like. He said, that's it. You don't have anything to say about it. I loved it, though. He went up there and he got that first pitch, and he smoked it into center field.
I asked him early this morning, and that was before he had a chance to visit with the manager, and I'm not sure the manager ever told him, but he
did tell him.
He did tell him. Yeah. I said, how many at-bats you going to have today? And he said 4.
Well, he might now.
Yeah. Cameron, 1 ball to count to him. He popped out in the second inning. Brewers leading 2-1 here. It's in for a strike.
What he's done this year, Jay, is one of the most phenomenal things that I've ever seen happen in this
talked
business.
A lot about it. It's really been a glorious transformation, hasn't it?
Unreal. And then to hit the way he's hit, and the way he's playing second base now. And if you judge him, you'd say, you know, in a couple of years, this guy might win a Gold Glove. I mean, that's how well he's played.
Another strike, 1-2.
When you watch him and you observe him on another everyday basis, you can make that assumption. He has really been something. There's a guy that's had a lot to do with it, is Jose Oquendo and Joe Pertini. They have helped him immensely going back to spring training. They're 2 of the best infield instructors in the business, and they learned probably from the best ever, George Kissel.
That's right.
And there's Mr. Pertini. He's also
Mountaineer.
Yeah, he's a West Virginia boy.
Yes, he is.
And he also came under the tutelage of Mr. Baseball in the Cardinal organization, George Kissel. Tell you what, every way you go, you can see the hand of George Kissel, even going to Sparky Anderson. He tutored Spark, managing, coach.
2-2 the count to Cameron. Just missed, full count.
George was in his 80s when he was still teaching.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter how young the kids were, how old he was. He just kept going generation to generation to generation. And there's Rick Cheney. He's been the consultant in all of this as far as Schumacher's been concerned.
It was nice.
Hall of Fame second baseman.
Nice to note that Stan the Man was down for a few moments over this weekend to visit with Tony La Russa too.
Give Tony congratulations on getting to the postseason again. Pooh, he's done such an unreal job in his position as manager of this team, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Tell you what, this has been a special year for Tony also in many, many ways.
Well, I give him a tremendous amount of credit for keeping this team scratching and going until the help came from the front office to give them the spurt to win this division.
And it was nice to see what the Cardinal owner,
strikeout,
Bill DeWitt, said about that too. He said because of the fans supporting, that had a big influence on us going out and getting Holiday and DeRosa.
2.5 innings played, 2-1 Milwaukee.
Still got to send those kids, those grandkids, to college, law school, and doctorate school, and all that, man.
You're saying
Mike Shannon's Steaks and Seafood. We work very hard at it, and it's been very successful. My daughter Pat,
what a job she's
Gary.
done. Yeah, along with Gary.
I just come in and say, make sure it's like this and make sure it's like that.
Narveson is the new pitcher.
And then as usual, they pay no attention and go on about their business.
Well, here is Schumacher. The batting average is .302 after the single in the first inning. The left-hander, Suppan, going 2 innings, giving up a run on 2 hits, 2 strikeouts and a walk. Two balls and no strikes. Narveson made his last 4 appearances as starter, going 1-0 with a 3.38. There's Soup. Going to have a new pitching coach here next year.
You mean from Milwaukee?
Yeah. Basio was fired today. And Ken Maka, as far as we know, will return to manage the Brewers in 2010.
Yeah, I'm sure of that one, Jay. You don't want to give a guy a job 1 year and then take it away after just 1 year. You get a bad reputation as a organization doing that. And speaking of that, get a picture of Bill DeWitt and his wife Kathy, will you? Mike down there. He's the guy that was responsible for the Cardinal ownership, Bill DeWitt, and you see him here sitting there in the first row down there, and that's the owner's box. And quite a few of the owners are here today, almost all of them, as a matter of fact. Quite a few of them. You see that half swing and a foul, but it was very interesting what Mr. DeWitt said. He said the fans, the way they supported the team this year under the economical conditions that we have, said that played a big part in us deciding to go out and spend the extra money to pick up guys like Holiday and DeRosa. I thought that was very interesting.
It certainly was, and Joe Strauss with that story, front page story in the Post-Dispatch today, with his interview with Mr. DeWitt.
I didn't get to read that article, but I talked to Tony about it. And Tony said, yeah, he said, the fans have always played a big part in Cardinal baseball. He said, but this year might be special in the way they supported the team and what Mr. DeWitt had to say.
Well, it was remarkable how Cardinal Nation reacted to those moves and just, you know, started going to the ticket windows and getting online and buying tickets, and it was there was a snowball effect.
And today will be the 35th sellout this season. 35 sellouts, and I don't know what the total of 3.3 million. Look at Skippy, his second hit. He wants to play the whole game.
Well, he told me he was going to go to bat 4 times.
Good for him.
That pitch was up, and he ripped it.
It was about chin high.
Schumacher is 2 for 2, and here is Brendan Ryan, who fouled out back in the first. Talking to Brendan before the game. He's not quite 100%. Those fingers are bothering him a little bit, but he said, hey, doesn't make any difference. Now's the time to play.
That's exactly right. Tell you what, Albert hasn't hit a home run in over 70 plus at bats since his last home run, and it was against the Milwaukee team up in Wisconsin. I'd like to see him get started hitting one here before we go to postseason. And he's had a lot of balls that he's hit right to the track or to the wall, but none of them gone over in the last 70 plus at bats for the Cardinal great.
Albert told me this morning, Mike, that he feels very strongly that this club is going to hit very well in the playoffs. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think he might be right. Usually pitching dominates in the postseason. It's all set now except for the American League over there, and it looks like that one's going to go all the way into next Tuesday, because both the Tigers and Minnesota were winning the last time I looked.
Well, the White Sox have come up with 3 runs in the 8th inning. It's now 5-3. Tigers batting in the bottom of the 8th.
Wow.
And the Twins lead 7-0 over the Royals in the 4th inning.
So if one of those teams loses today and the other wins, they'll be the victor. Otherwise, they're going to have a playoff game on Tuesday, because they can't play it Monday because the Monday night football game is in Minneapolis.
In that building that I have
come to.
I have no fond memories
there
of
you
that
go.
building.
That's a nice way to put it. Now, our director down there, Tom Mee, that's a little different story.
I don't think Tommy likes it either. Foul back.
Well, the good thing about it is, Jay, the Cardinals are going to open up their new stadium next year.
Yeah, and I've seen some pictures. It's
an outdoor stadium too. It will not have a roof on.
It's a fine-looking facility from the pictures that I've seen of it.
And am I correct? It's not going to be
no roof.
No roof. Don't need a roof up in Minneapolis.
There's the birthday boy.
Never rains up there.
Payoff pitch coming. Narveson in relief of Suppan. Struck him out. High, hard one. We just figured it out. Schumacher could go hitless in 6 at bats and still hit 300. So
I think what he'll do today, though, he'll give a couple of curtain calls for players, and he might give one for Schumacher also. You know, where he takes him out. There's a pinch runner or a pinch hitter, and he'll do the same with Yadier Molina today also, I believe.
A strike on the outside corner to Pujols, who struck out in the first. Albert's average at .328. 47 home run total's been there a long time. 35 RBIs.
You know, Jay, I asked the manager an interesting question today. I said, if you knew and an owner or management came to you and said, hey, if you play that guy today, he's going to get $1 million bonus. And then the player came to you and said, hey, if I play today, I'm going to get $1 million bonus.
Tony wouldn't
Now, he said, first of all, he said, I would tell the player, don't tell me, I don't want to hear about it. And he said he's never had management come to him and say that. Out of all of his years of management.
It's nice to know. Here's a fly ball into left. Braun moving over under it, makes the play. Well, it's football night in America tonight on NBC. Don't miss the exciting NFL action. The San Diego Chargers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sunday night football tonight at 7 right here on News Channel 5.
Who is it?
It is the Chargers at the Steelers.
Oh, the Chargers have to go to Pittsburgh and play that.
World champions have been struggling a little bit.
The kicker. They get a new kicker yet?
No. Here's Holiday.
He hasn't been. Well, let's put it. The coach hasn't been smiling at him in the halls when they walk by one another lately.
Those kickers can give you heart failure, can't they? Holiday got the RBI with a single in the first.
Kickers will get you fired. What they'll do.
The times are not set for the playoff action yet. Should be some word, I would think, on that by tomorrow afternoon. Redbirds will head out tomorrow afternoon to Los Angeles, work out at Dodger Stadium on Tuesday. Games 1 and 2 Wednesday and Thursday, a day off Friday, and back home Saturday. And if needed, a game on Sunday. 1 ball and 1 strike. He had a rip.
I'd be happy if the Cardinals went into the game on Sunday, 2 games up to 1.
Yep.
That means you have to win one, at least one out in Los Angeles.
What do you think about this matchup against the Dodgers, Mike?
Well, the Cardinals have been very successful against Los Angeles the last couple of seasons, including this year. I think they're something like 5-2. They're going to face 2 good left-handers, though. It looks like it'll be Wolf and Kershaw, as you see the wild pitch here, and the tying run in scoring position now. So the manager says it doesn't matter who you play. That I don't think if you ask anyone in the National League, they would say, first of all, I don't want to play the Cardinals because of a number of reasons, but because of Carpenter and Wainwright. That's number one, plus the lineup.
Right.
And then I think second, they'd say, I don't want to go to Colorado. So, and I'm rooting for Colorado to win the Philadelphia series because that would give the Cardinals home field advantage. But this club has played so well on the road, and if you remember the last time the Cardinals were in the World Series, they were the wild card. They went all the way. So it's it's all who gets hot at the proper time.
Schumacher out there at second. Payoff pitch. Down the line in left. Is it going to stay fair? No, it's just foul. Broken bat. He ripped that one. He really hit that ball hard down the left field line back in the first inning.
Yeah, I mean, he tore the cover off that thing. Boy, he's a good hitter. Watch him. His timing. Most all players have some mechanism which they time the pitching. And he has an unusual one. You'll watch here because he picks his foot up, okay, and then sets it down. That's how he. That's his timer. See it up and down.
And he gets the walk. Another great hitter who had that as his timing mechanism was a guy named Mel Ott.
And there was a guy over in Japan named O.
That's right.
That did it very well also. So it's very unusual, but the guys that have used that particular timing mechanism have been very successful, as you mentioned, Jay. The guy in Japan, O, hit over 800 home runs. He was really a good hitter, too. I got to play against him.
2 on and 2 out for Ludwig, who walked in the first.
He can not only hit home runs, but he was a high average hitter, too, much like Babe Ruth. When you look back what Babe Ruth's the greatest baseball player ever, hands down. I don't think there's I don't even think you discuss that
I
one.
don't think you can get an argument on that one. If you can, whoever's arguing it.
Well, you always compare a player in his era. You never cross eras as far as I'm concerned.
Right back to Narveson. Underhands it over to Fielder. That's going to do it. The Redbirds strand 2. We played 3. 2-1. Brewers over the Cardinals. Hey, it's new at Hardee's. By Bank of America. Cardinals banking only at Bank of America. And by Schnucks. Low prices, no sacrifices. Alcides Escobar hit by a pitch and scored in the second inning. He'll be followed by Kendall and Narveson. Escobar is a talented young player. He's only 22 years old. He is from Venezuela.
He gets a base hit here till they may jerk him out of the lineup. He's at 298.
Right.
I don't know if that one hit will put him at 300, but if
close,
it does,
wouldn't it? Yeah.
If it does, he might disappear from the lineup.
1 ball and 1 strike.
You've got to get that base hit first, though. It's not easy to do.
He came into this season listed as the top Brewer prospect. And he's played very well for them. 3 balls and a strike. Fouled away. The Brewers 39-41 on the road this season. 41-37 against Central Division teams. Have not played well in the daytime. They're 22-31. They had that victory yesterday here, of course, in the day game. That's fouled away.
Now they're going for the sweep in this series here.
Yep.
And if they get it, I think we'll be even 9-9 on the season
right.
series.
That is correct.
You get all that stuff, don't you?
I got nothing better to do. A shot into right, and the ball falls in front of Ludwig. Escobar has that single you talked about, Mike.
We'll find out if he's hitting 300 right now. They'll send in a. He won't bat again. I'd put it to you this way. So he must be at 299.
Ludwig doing a good job keeping that ball in front of him as he thought about maybe trying for the shoestring catch. Kendall with a double and 2 RBIs in the second inning. The veteran catcher.
This is the kind of guy you hope your daughter brings home.
Well, he is a solid citizen and a real warrior, isn't he, over the years?
He just goes along day in and day out. He catches almost every game.
Comes from a baseball family. His dad, of course, was
big time coach, manager. He's done it all.
Inside, the ball gets away, and
that'll be a pass ball.
Pass ball as Escobar goes down. Just joining us, the Redbirds got one in the first.
Let me show you this pitch. If we can run that pitch again, this is what's called a backup slider. When we get a chance, I'll show you. If you ever hear that term, a backup slider, what the heck are you talking about? We'll show it to you if we can here a little later.
This is in the seats in left. Here we are. We get it right from the grip.
Watch this ball. Usually a slider goes like this. It'll go this way, okay? But now watch this pitch when it comes in. It's spinning this way, okay, but it goes back this way. Watch it. See it go off of his glove? That's what they call a backup slider.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's what happened. You think it's going to curve and go to the right, and that's what the catcher's anticipating, like that one. You saw that one go outside to strike him out. But it spins that way, but it goes to the inside instead of to the outside.
Second strikeout for Pinheiro. Narveson will bat for the first time as he took over for Suppan. Mentioned the Cardinals got 1 in the first. Milwaukee came back with 2 in the second. Playing here in the top of the 4th inning.
Jay, that last these pictures we get reminds me that when you and I started in this business, it's been a few years ago, was probably one of the great directors of all time, and Harry Coyle.
Harry really was the first to
do baseball on television.
And I'm reminded Tom Mee has his new book out about cutting the game, and it's a fascinating book for anybody who enjoys the inside of baseball.
But the pictures we get in the slow motion and all of that, and the number of cameras, how far we've come in this business, and of course those guys in the truck know all about it.
Well,
we get to see the finished product up there, but if you ever went to a television truck, you'd be amazed. It's like it's bedlam down there, man. They got about 400 pictures up there of guys and everything. Downtown, you'll see everything, and there's guys yelling and screaming. Take 2, well, camera 4. You say, what is this? The guy's having an argument?
Mr. Mee documents all of that in his book, and in fact does the whole game. Throw to third and safe as Rosa had come up the line and he could not get back.
Tough play over there. You've got the left-handed batter, okay, and he's the pitcher, okay, so he's way in for the bunt, all right. You see where he is right here, okay, and now the pitch comes. He's got to wait for the pitch to pass here, which he does. Now he has to run back, which he did, but he still couldn't get there in time to make the tag. There's a lot goes on in this business, isn't there? Nice going down there in the truck, guys, and catching all that stuff.
Suppan could use his 3rd strikeout right here. The ball gets away, and here comes Escobar.
Tell you what, this has been wild pitch week here, hasn't it?
Boy, it has been.
Unbelievable.
Oh, the score on the wild pitch. We had a pass ball, a stolen base, and a wild pitch to get him in there.
Yeah, this has been an unusual week. It's not a kind of week you really look for to go into postseason play with all of the wild pitches we've had. Now you have a pass ball, and you have a stolen base here, and all. It's not the way this club has played. It's not indicative of this team at all. And another strikeout.
The 3rd. And
you can see the manager and the pitching coach walking around over there. They're not very happy.
3-1 now, the Brewers.
They don't know which way to go. But they're thinking.
Lopez flied to left in the first. Got an infield single in the second.
It's funny how different personalities react. You see Torrey, we'll see him Wednesday. You see Tony, he's walking all the time. Torrey just sits there. He's methodical. He doesn't hardly move at all. Two guys that are going to go down in the Hall of Fame as managers.
Yep, and this on the ground out to Schumacher. throws on. It's going to do it, but another run for the Brewers. They lead 3-1. Channel 5's Art Holiday and Jennifer Blome. St. Louis's favorite morning show today in St. Louis begins tomorrow morning. Art and Jennifer have everything you need to get ready for the Cardinals and postseason play today in St. Louis. Weekdays beginning at 5 a.m. right here on News Channel 5. Colby Rasmus leads it off. He'll be followed by DeRosa and LaRue as we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. And it's a 3-1 game. The Brewers have the lead. Mike, all the best to you and John Rooney, and we'll be carrying on, of course, the coverage throughout the playoffs on the Cardinal Radio Network, and I know your fans are looking forward to that, and I know you're looking forward to it. There's Big John.
Yeah, we'll have some fun with it. And KTRS.
Mike Claiborne there alongside.
Yeah, Mike's really done a great job for us the last couple of seasons, and he's going to go with us. And of course,
how about that fella right there?
That's
Jim
the key.
Jackson,
that's the
man.
key to everything right there. When John came, I said, John, I'm telling you, I said, there's one person here that's the most important person. And John's thinking to himself, yeah, he's going to talk about himself, right? And I went on. I said, there's one guy here. I'm telling you now, he's the number one man. And I says, his name is Jim Jackson.
He is the finest.
And about a week later, he came to me and said, I see what you're talking about.
Rasmus hits it hard, but it will go to Garrett out there.
Yeah, Jim Jackson is one of the most talented people in this business.
Yep.
Much like our crew with Mike and Tom at the helm, Jim Jackson is so good. And we have a young man, too, that works. You see Jim right there. We have a young man that works with us up there, too, Jason.
Vandalo.
There he is, right there.
There he is.
This young man has done a superb job for us this year. He is really something. He's a student here at St. Louis University in St. Louis, and he's done it one of the best jobs ever.
Well, we will look forward to listening to your coverage of the playoffs, of course.
I think I'll have John do each inning. One is Harry Carey, one is Vince Scully.
He does some great impersonations, doesn't he?
One is John. I have to do the whole ball of wax. We have some fun. We might do a lounge act in Vegas. It'll be a little blue, but we're going to do it.
Well, you and I have seen a few lounge acts in that town over the years.
Yeah, that's true. Tell you what, have some fun.
Mark DeRosa grounded out in the second inning, 2 balls and a strike.
Just think of all the great entertainers we've seen through the years, starting with Sammy Davis Jr. and
Mr.
Frank Sinatra, and the list goes on and on.
This is Pop backing out of play.
Some of the great actors and actresses. This business is phenomenal. Everybody seems to want to come to a baseball game. Sports fans, golfers, and all the golfers you've known.
Well, you're bringing up the golfers. Got a text today from Fred Couples wishing the Cardinals the best in the playoffs. And Fred, of course, will be in San Francisco this week as the captain of the President's Cup team. Here is a error on the third baseman. That's a pretty tough error. That ball was hit rather hard by DeRosa.
I tell you, we had an error at the shortstop position the other night on Holiday's ball. I thought could have gone the other way.
Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Bank of America. Cardinals banking only at Bank of America.
Usually when you hit a line shot that's off to the one side or another, the scorer will give the benefit of the doubt, which it says in the scoring rules, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know much about scoring, except what you see on an everyday basis. I don't know much about scoring rules, let's put it that way. I know a little bit about scoring. But when you hit a hot shot one side or the other, usually it goes with the hitter.
LaRue popped out in the second. 1 on and 1 out here. Redbirds down 2 runs as we play in the bottom of the 4th inning.
But it's kind of like umpiring, okay? If you see an umpire and he's squeezing the pitcher, okay, then you know he's probably was a hitter when he played.
Now what's going on here? They're gonna
time called or foul
time must have been called.
Yeah.
Dave McKay wanted to send DeRosa down to second.
My point is the same with a scorer, you know. If he's a pitcher, well, he's going to lean to the pitcher, so he's going to call that an error. I don't know who the scorer is. Don't want to know.
2 balls and no strikes.
Just having some fun.
Absolutely.
But it's usually the truth.
Fly ball out of play. Down the right side.
I know I'm usually biased towards hitters, being a position player. But then on the other hand, I was a catcher, and I understand the pitching end of it. But I'm kind of like the old president in the cherry trees. You remember that story?
Now the runner goes, and it is popped into right. Garrett coming on makes the play, and DeRosa has to hustle back to first. Mike, I mean, I think about you playing third base, of course, but was that your favorite position once you got solidified there?
No, not really. I enjoyed catching more than anything, even though I
never asked you that question. I don't know why it just comes up now.
Let me tell you something. The game revolves around the catcher. He's the only guy that's facing the right way, all right? And the game doesn't start or end until he puts his finger down.
Pinheiro with a big swing for strike 1.
And you show me a really good catcher that can handle pitchers, and I'll show you a good pitching staff. You know, and usually you say, well, it's a Drysdale and a Koufax, or it's a Seaver and a Kuzman. I say, it doesn't matter. You can take a catcher that's bad, he'll mess him up.
Well, I just want to say right now, because I got a second, what a joy it has been to have you sit in for a couple of innings on our games on Channel 5. It's always a special treat for me to be in a broadcast booth in a baseball park with you next to me.
Well, we've had some fun, and me the same. Here's another.
There we go.
Another wild. We have wild pitch day here. I think they'll call that one a wild pitch.
Wild pitch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've had some fun over the years, and I'm trying to think of, man, we go back to what? 70s, right?
Right. Well, I think it was 82, if you remember correctly, that they made arrangements for us at Channel 5 to carry the World Series on Channel 5 as well as on the national network.
Yeah,
and you and I did the home games here. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Eric Mink, I think, was your favorite guy. Eric's still back in town, by the way.
Yep. There's a strikeout. That's going to do it. Thanks so much to Mike Shannon
thank you guys
for a wonderful season. 3-1 Brewers.
Cardinals trail the Brewers 3-1 in the top of the fifth inning. It's a pleasure to get together with the owner, Bill DeWitt. Bill, congratulations on a great season. And I know you want to give the fans a shout out because they helped to make this Holiday DeRosa acquisition possible.
They really did. Thanks, Frank. Yeah. We thought at the beginning of the year if we drew $3 million, that would be a wonderful year, and we're now well over 3.3. So, you know, they've made a difference and enabled us to do some things that made us much more competitive.
How are you watching some of these tense games throughout the season? Are you a nervous wreck or are you calm about things?
I'm never calm. They're all gut wrenching, and even since we clinched, you know, we want to win some games, and we've had a little rough patch here, but hopefully we'll win today.
Your manager, Tony La Russa, his contract ends at the end of this season. How do you work it from here?
Well, we'll sit down at the end of the season and talk about it, which we've done every time that his contract has expired, and I'm hopeful and optimistic that he'll continue with the Cardinals.
A lot of Cardinal fans wondering about the future of Matt Holliday here in St. Louis. Can you tell them what the game plan is there?
Well, the game plan is to try to secure Matt long term, and that was our goal when we got him. Albert just set the Major League assist record for first baseman. Pretty excited.
Good little play-by-play there. Nice work, Bill. We appreciate the visit. Congratulations on a great year.
Thanks a lot, Frank.
All right, Jay, back to you.
And Mr. DeWitt is right on. Fans applauding here as Albert has just set the new record for first baseman assists, and he tips his cap as the fans have come to their feet here. What a nice moment. And Mr. DeWitt knew it right away, didn't he?
Well, he's a historian. He loves the game of baseball, and he was very aware of that moment. The fans here are very aware of that moment, as it's up on the scoreboard now. 185 assists, Major League record. Albert acknowledging the fans, and you know what? This is about more than just that record right now.
Sure it is. Here's Braun, who has walked and flied to center field. Show you that record setter again.
How many times have we seen this? Albert flipping the ball to the pitcher.
Braun is out, 6-3. Now we'll show you that record breaker again.
Albert handling second bounce. Nice clean flip to the pitcher covering. They do it 1,000 times in spring training. But Albert doing it 185 times makes him the record holder at that position. And it isn't just those flips to first. It's his throws to third with a runner at second base trying to advance on a ball that hit to the right side.
Here's a long one to right. And it is gone. Fielder number 45 in the home run department. RBI number 139.
What a great season Prince Fielder has had. And what a great moment he had here at Busch Stadium at the All-Star game, winning the home run contest. I could do without some of the dances, frankly.
Yeah. Well, he kept his shirt in on that one anyway.
Well, you're just trying to get me started, aren't you?
No. Gamble with a double in the third inning. His first time at bat after taking over for McGee, who has a batting average of over 300 and is one of the top candidates for the Rookie of the Year honors.
If the Brewers ever decide, Jay, to play the game and not worry about some of their antics, they might win some divisions.
Very good point. .439 feet on the home run by Prince Fielder. And it's 4-1 Milwaukee. Crowd, after saluting Albert, sitting rather quietly now. Arrow is low with that offering. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
A couple more birthdays to report, Jay. It's a day of birthdays. Managers' birthdays. Carol Baker, 17. Agnes Corporal, 100 years old today, is at the ballpark.
Wow.
Cardinal fan. Are you kidding me?
And Jackie Langham is 30 years old today.
I'm wondering, does everybody really have a birthday on the last game of the season, or are they just telling us that?
Well, Cyrus wanted me to know that Jackie Langham is 30 today and send along his wishes, and we send along our wishes as well.
Is it your birthday, Jay? Can we say that too?
No, mine's come and gone.
Oh. But it was your wife's yesterday.
That's true. It's true.
You weren't just making that up because it was the last weekend.
No, I didn't make it up. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I'm not worried about you, Jay.
Good. Payoff pitch from Pinheiro. Got him. That is strikeout number 4. Home run by Fielder makes it 4-1. But here is the record breaker for the assist, 185. Want more in a banking relationship? Call, click, or come by Commerce Bank, member FDIC. And by Jack in the Box, where you can get anything on the menu any time of day. Schumacher, 2 for 2 on the afternoon. The average is up to 303.
The Dodgers have announced, Jay, they're starting pitchers for games 1 and 2. Randy Wolf, game 1. Clayton Kershaw in game 2.
Couple of left-handers.
And Cardinal fans know that that can be a challenge at times for the Cardinal hitters, but they're getting a chance to face one here this afternoon, getting a little work. I noticed they had a couple of left-handed batting practice throwers today. I was not one of them.
And here's Schumacher in the first.
First pitch, boom, off of Jeff Suppan. That's in the first inning. In the third inning, had a long at bat against Narveson, took a fastball up in the zone for a hit.
Fielder tosses on to Narveson, 1 away. Well, it's time for our trivia question of the day, and it's presented by our friends from Schnucks. Who has the most division series home runs all time for the Cardinals? Jim Edmonds.
That's who I was going to get.
There you go. Here's Ryan, who was fouled out and struck out today.
You know, there are a lot of Cardinal fans that still miss, and rightfully so, miss Jim Edmonds as the center fielder patrolling that area. Great catches that he made, big hits. He's a great Cardinal.
And Garrett handles that out and right. 2 gone. Cardinal fans, when it comes to tickets, you deserve Major League service. So go online to StubHub the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals, and the only site with Fan Protect guarantee. Albert bats with nobody on. He struck out and flied to left. It's a little low.
It's an incredibly different atmosphere on both ball clubs coming into play today. The Milwaukee Brewers know that this is their last game. And so they know that they're thinking about tomorrow. They're thinking about not getting hurt. They're thinking about their contracts. They're thinking about, you know, a nice season. They're going to say goodbye to each other at the end of the day. The Cardinals, however, are trying to get ready for next week.
Albert.
And that's a good sign.
Yes, and Albert with a 2-out single.
Your body, as you know you're playing your last game, your body almost starts to shut down in terms of preparation. You mentally start to shut down. But the Cardinals are trying to get that edge back. And Albert's one of those guys that's so important. We talked about it in the pregame.
Yeah, and I talked about it this morning with him, and he believes emphatically that the adrenaline will be flowing come Wednesday. So let's hope it is. Here's Holiday. Picked up the RBI in the first with a solid single, a shot down the line and left, then walked in the third.
Albert also admitted to you emphatically that it's been ugly the past couple of days.
Yes, he did. He was standing right there with me. But as an old friend of mine who was here in the booth just a short time ago, our old friend Bill Bolster, who used to run Channel 5, he used to say, that's past history.
Redundant, but true.
Absolutely. 2 balls and a strike.
The Dodgers today, the first game they've played without stress because they haven't been able to get their magic number to 0 until yesterday, are actually playing with Brad Ausmus as their manager. Joe Torre, in his tradition, is letting somebody manage the club, and he picked the Ivy League. Picked the Ivy League catcher to manage for him. But the Dodgers really haven't been able to set up things as well as the Cardinals have for postseason play.
When you stop to think about it, the Cardinals, the Dodgers, and the Phillies have really struggled this last
They're
week.
limping.
Yeah.
They're all limping.
They're all limping in, though. 2-2.
You know, they may all be limping in, but the other teams in the National League are all going to be using their remote control when it comes to baseball next week. Not their arms, their legs, their bats. Those 4 clubs have earned the right to represent the National League, and be hard pressed to say who's the odds-on favorite right now.
Ooh, Holiday looks back at the plate umpire Hoy, who called it a strike. That's going to do it. After 5, it's 4-1 Milwaukee. this week on Fox and on TBS, postseason play. And the Redbirds will be there. Mitchell Boggs is the new pitcher, as Pinheiro goes 5 innings, gives up 4 runs on 6 hits. Pagnozzi now doing the catching, and Lugo has taken over for Schumacher, as Skip will end the season over 300.
Good for him. He's had an outstanding season, and that's kind of a fitting end for him. Boggs will be hitting in the number 1 spot. Lugo in the 9th spot. Pagnozzi in the 8th spot in the Cardinal lineup. As our scorebook's going to get a little messy here the last couple of innings.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Right. Yep.
It's all right.
Cameron. 1 ball to Mike Cameron. He's popped out and struck out this afternoon.
I'm rooting for a Matt Pagnozzi base hit today. First big league hit. He's handling Boggs, who may be one of the odd men out as far as the Cardinal playoff roster is concerned. I'm still not so sure. He might not turn into a reliever, though. He's shown some flashes of brilliance out of the pen, but he hasn't been consistent enough there. So Tony La Russa, I'm sure, taking another look at him here as a potential reliever for 2010.
Cameron grounds out. Well, this day in history, the only all St. Louis World Series. Yes, Sportsman's Park, Brandon Dozier, the Brownies, and the Cardinals. And the Browns won it 2-1.
Probably one of the best Cardinal, probably the best Cardinal team of all time, that 1944.
A lot of people would agree with you. Here is Escobar. The Royals have come up with 3 runs in the 6th inning, and it's now 8-4 Twins. They're batting in the bottom of the 6th in Minnesota. And the Tigers are 5-3, a 2-run lead against the White Sox. They've out-hit the White Sox 12-7, and they are in the top of the 9th inning. Well, let's see. It is a final now. That is a final. The Tigers 5-3. Oh, the Tigers have done their work, and we'll wait and see what happens in Minnesota.
And they're Royals fans right now. Royals showing me something here this afternoon after being down 7-0 in a game that means a whole lot to the Twins there, obviously. Royals fighting back.
Count of 2-2 to Escobar, who has scored 2 runs here in this game today. Now the count is full. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 2nd. Singled in the 4th. Went to 2nd on the pass ball, stole 3rd, and came home on a wild pitch. That run unearned. Fouls it back to the screen.
That was a sloppy run, wasn't it?
Ooh, my.
Glad you and Mike were talking about that inning. Ooh.
Mitchell Boggs in relief of Joel Pinheiro. Strikeout. In franchise history, the Cardinals have won 10 world championships, and this year marks their quest for number 11. News Channel 5 throughout the playoffs. If you want to join them, Cardinal Nation Quest for 11. It's a special playoff coverage that will be every weeknight at 10:35 right here on your home of Cardinal baseball, News Channel 5. Kendall 1 for 2. You see that 2-run double and the 2 RBIs that he picked up in the 2nd. Big swing there. 0-2. Fan Appreciation Day. Not a lot for them to appreciate up to now, but let's see what happens from here on out. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marlins are beating the Phillies 6-5.
Perhaps the best is yet to come, Jay, here this afternoon.
DeRosa, throw is on. That'll do it. 5.5 innings have been played. It's Milwaukee 4, St. Louis 1. It's the Don Brown Deal Sports Plus. News Channel 5's Rennie Knott, Frank Cusimano tonight, following the late news right here on News Channel 5. Well, they've just announced the attendance at 43,472. The 35th sellout of the 2009 season. And the total attendance for the Redbirds this year, 3,343,252. Thanks to the fans. The regular season coming to a close as Ludwig steps in. And the Cardinals certainly want to say a huge thank you to the fans across Cardinal Nation for the support. Over 3.3 million that have showed up cheering the Redbirds here at Busch Stadium. And millions more, of course, have joined via radio and the TV broadcasts. And we look forward to another exciting postseason run, of course. Cardinal ownership, management, and the players want to give a tip of the cap to baseball's finest fans. It is you that truly makes St. Louis baseball heaven.
And congratulations to Joe Strom and his staff for doing such a great job of selling tickets for Cardinal games throughout the season. He said they're going to take the rest of the day off and they're going to start selling 2010 tickets tomorrow.
That's 4 strikeouts for Narveson. You have an appointment every weekday morning on News Channel 5 with Dr. Oz. Get ready to live right now. The Dr. Oz Show, weekday mornings at 11 here on News Channel 5. The 3,343,000 plus is the 4th highest attendance in Major League Baseball behind the Dodgers, Yankees, and the Phillies. And it's the 5th highest attendance in St. Louis franchise history. 2006, the Redbirds drew 3,407,000. Last year, 3,432,000. Final year at Busch in 2005, 3,538,000. And in 2007, 3,552,000.
And Bill DeWitt's message to Frank Cusimano was loud and clear that the fans are a big part of the reason he was able to acquire some of the players that the Cardinals did in midseason. DeRosa, Lugo, and then the big one, Matt Holliday. And really, if you don't have that kind of attendance, you can't make those moves. The top 5 teams in baseball in terms of attendance, guess what? They're all in the playoffs.
Well, and so many of you who are listening right now have meant so much to the ratings of our telecasts on Sundays. Remarkable numbers in 2009 for our coverage. Into center field, and a fine play made out there by Cameron. Boy, Rasmus hit that right on the nose. The center fielder makes a nice play.
Well, Rasmus made a nice play early on, and he gets a payback right here. Cameron lays out and hits the ground hard, but a very nice play by Mike Cameron. Very similar plays. Rasmus on the left side, and now Cameron here in the sixth on the right.
Mark DeRosa grounded out in the second, reached on an error in the fourth. DeRosa fighting that wrist injury, saying it's not much of a bother these days, and hoping to have a very good postseason. This ball lifted into right and into the seats. Shadows beginning to creep in just up the right field line and across the line in right, where there was light stanchions on the side of the stadium. Nothing as bad, though, as what you deal with in Colorado late in the afternoon.
Especially on the right side of the infield. Julio Lugo is now in the on-deck circle. They've switched the order of him and Pagnazzi. They had the information wrong on the scoreboard. Lugo bats eighth, Pagnazzi ninth. Would like to see Pagnazzi come up this inning, get his first big league hit, first big league RBI. Wouldn't that be nice?
Mm-hmm.
There's Lugo.
Imagine Tom's watching this afternoon, huh?
I imagine.
Strikeout. That is the fifth for Narveson. And we have played 6. The Brewers lead. Television viewers have said they want more comedy. Well, now you get a full hour of comedy 5 nights a week on News Channel 5. It's the Jay Leno Show every weeknight at 9, followed by News Channel 5 at 10. The Jay Leno Show. It's about time. Freese takes over at third base. and he'll bat in the #1 spot. And the new pitcher is Denis Reyes. Boggs going 1 inning, doing nice work. And it'll be Chris Narveson stepping in. He took over after 2 innings for Suppan. 75th appearance for Reyes. The left-hander comes home. It's high. On the ground, out to Lugo. Our friends at Ameren UE present the Power On feature, and Prince Fielders, no question about it, home run.
A lot of power in that swing all year long. Very close to hitting 300 too, so he's had quite a season. Denis Reyes, the Cardinal reliever's had a nice season, and he will be valuable in the playoffs, thinking about some of the left-handers he might face with the Dodgers. Ethier for one.
Lopez puts one into right on the run. Ludwig, he can't get to it. It gets by him, and it goes down into the corner. And it's the second hit of the afternoon for the former Cardinal. Well, we want to remind you about Tom Mee, our director's new book, Cutting the Game. It's available at cuttingthegame.com. And you see the other places you can get it. It's soon to be available at major booksellers. Wonderful job that Tom has done. If you'd like to get inside the game a little more and know a little bit about it.
I'm on chapter 7 right now.
Are you?
Yeah.
He just cut to us.
Yeah, and he just cut. That's what directors do.
Right.
And I am a proud owner of an autographed copy of Cutting the Game.
Oh, collector's item. No
Thanks,
question.
Tom.
Jody Garrett.
And we should say Tom does a great job at his craft, but so many other folks in the truck that help make this telecast work. Mike Kelling, our producer, and Brian McCann, Keith O'Brien, and once you start naming names, you're going to forget people. But I tell you, there's so many folks.
Terrific group of people in the truck, and of course the great support people we have here in the booth, the camera workers. Just a tremendously talented group here in St. Louis. We go around the league, and I've never been anywhere around the league where people did not compliment our talented folks here in St. Louis.
Great camera folk, doing a great job. Big Dog up in the booth with us, T. West. Tim Garcia keeping us straight.
The throw to third, out. 1-5 to cut down Lopez.
Seen some bad base running in this series. You got to make the ball get past the pitcher first, then you go, or not. Good play by Reyes to get the lead runner. We've seen a number of those things happen in this series.
And that's going to be all for Reyes. I'm sure we're going to see. I don't know if Franklin is up and throwing yet or not, but I think it's
Kyle McClellan.
Kyle McClellan. We figured to see him after the disaster here on Friday evening. He's going to get a shot. Back with more in a moment.
Lasorda back in that year and going on to the World Series, 1946, a 3-game tiebreaker. And the Cardinals won that series. 46, I don't remember that one, frankly.
Kyle McClellan on to do the pitching. McClellan, of course, suffered a blown save here on Friday evening. Gave up 4 runs, 1/3 of an inning, ballooning his ERA. And this will get through. Braun with his first hit of the afternoon is 1 for 3.
This ball just hit in the right spot, hit hard on the ground. It's going to be a base hit for Braun, and it will not serve the purpose of elevating Kyle McClellan's confidence, because he's done. Trevor Miller will take over, and he will face Prince Fielder.
And with his pitching change, we'll take timeout. Right here on News Channel 5. Trevor Miller making his 70th appearance.
Great season for the Cardinal left-hander. They signed him back. They'll keep him. Questions about his health and durability when they signed him originally, but he has just totally overcome that and been just lights out, particularly against left-handers.
He faces Prince Fielder. 2 on and 2 out. Just joining us, 7th inning. 4-1 Brewers. They've out hit the Cardinals 8-4. Fielder, of course, homered earlier in the 5th inning. And he was robbed by a great play by Rasmussen center field back in the 1st inning. Two balls and no strikes. Into center field. Rasmus coming hard, takes it on the second bounce, but another run will score here.
And 140 RBIs for Prince Fielder. What a season he's had. Pitched pretty much in the middle of the plate. The difference between being 2-0 and 0-2 in a count. Miller had to come into him, and he's so tough to really see with his sidearm delivery, but Fielder has become such a good hitter. Closing in on 300 as the season winds down for the Brewers.
Here's Matt Gamble, who came in the 3rd inning and doubled, and he struck out in the 5th. And safe at 3rd. about that? That's his 20th stolen base. Braun going to third.
Only one look for Miller. Pagnazzi, a strong throw. Brewers have been running wild on the bases here in this series.
That number 20 stolen bases might matter to him. You wonder why he was running otherwise. Josh Kinney is warming up in the Cardinal pen. That ball gets by Albert. Doesn't quite get the glove down in time. Hot shot, RBI on the base hit to right by Gamble. The beat goes on. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. 6-1.
This is precisely what you don't want in terms of the bullpen. You're trying to get a good feeling going with your bullpen. Kyle McClellan gives up a hit. Now Dennis Reyes is painted with a run as well. And Trevor Miller has given up 2 hits in a row to left-handers, something he hasn't done all season long.
Here's Mike Cameron, who's 0 for 3 on the afternoon. Twins got a run in the 6th and lead 9-4 over the Royals as they're going to the 7th inning. The Tigers have already won 5-3. Playoff possibility looking pretty good for Tuesday. Again, can't play it tomorrow because of the Monday Night Football game in the Metrodome.
Josh Kinney getting loose for the Cardinals. He'll be the next pitcher. Thought we might see him here to face Cameron. I think Tony would prefer to have him start the next inning and get a little work, but oh boy, what's going through his mind right now.
And Dave Duncan's.
Well, Tony's thinking happy birthday. Okay, that's good, but I'm more concerned about my bullpen right now. Dave Duncan probably not worried about his starting pitching very much. Pinheiro was okay today, but not worried about him going into the playoffs. 1, 2, and 3 pitchers are a lock.
Strikeout. But a little more damage. 2 runs here in the 7th. 6-1 Brewers. Our Hardy's hot pitch.
And it's delivered by Trevor Miller, who's had an outstanding season out of the Cardinal bullpen, and he will be relied on heavily against the Dodgers. And if the Cardinals were able to advance and they play either the Phillies or Colorado, a lot of good left-handers in both of their lineups. So Miller will be very important the next couple of weeks.
Lugo leading it off here in the 7th. We have a new center fielder for the Brewers. Corey Patterson takes over for Cameron. It's Braun, Cameron, and Garrett in the outfield left to right. 2 balls and no strikes. 3-0.
All right, here we go, Jay. 7-run 7th.
Strike on the outside corner as Lugo had taken off. The scoreboard says 2-1.
The scoreboard's not always right.
No, it's not. That's a walk.
He walked on a 2-1 pitch.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cardinals.
Come on, Pags. I'm rooting for him here, Jay. Base hit.
Nazi to the plate.
First big league hit.
The runner going. Stolen base for Lugo.
All right, now first big league hit and an RBI. Told me a great story at batting practice today on the play where he tagged out Fielder at the plate. He had a great day defensively yesterday.
Boy, I don't know how he held on to that ball.
He said he was remembering Jason Mott telling him one time that Fielder laid out Mott when Mott was a catcher in the Cardinals minor league organization, and he was thinking about it the whole way. Fielder's rounding third, and he's thinking about Jason Mott telling him the story about Fielder laying him out, and fortunately he hangs on to the ball. I don't know how he did it, but a great play defensively.
And those shadows we talked about now have engulfed home plate. The ball is coming out of the sun into the shadow at the plate. 0-2 the count.
You know, he's an entirely different guy than Uncle Tom, but as I see him in that number, see him in the Cardinal uniform, see him do some things as the way he carries himself, I'm just reminded of Tom Pagnozzi.
And under the glove of the third baseman.
Oh, give him a hit.
I hope they give him a hit.
They won't.
Well, he never get the glove on it. Well, there's no begging in baseball, somebody once said.
The truth is the truth, and that was an error.
E5. 2 on, nobody out. Lugo at third. Pagnozzi over at first. And David Freese comes to the dish.
That was just a very poor effort by Gamble, the third baseman. Casey McGee has 15 errors at third in his rookie season. And they're going to have to get that fixed if they want to be an upper division team. They're going to have to stop their shenanigans, play the game like professionals, and catch the ball.
You and I remember Braun had a lot of problems.
Oh, yeah.
They moved him to the outfield and changed things around overnight.
Well, they got him where he could do less damage out in left field. Right. And he's become a pretty good left fielder.
Yes,
Give him credit for that. I mean, as far as left fielders go.
Right. 2 balls and no strikes. And Freese with a shot into left. Lugo will come home. The RBI for Freese. 6-2.
I told you, Jay, 7 in the 7th. Jams Freese. But he's found ways of getting hits in this series. He's had a couple hits like that. Not that he's hit him that hard. Chris Bosio out.
Bosio, his last day on the staff.
His
was
last
fired
day on the
earlier
job.
today. They'll have a new pitching coach next season.
Yeah, baseball is one of those great games that fires you and then makes you work a little bit longer. That doesn't seem right. Seth McClung, the right-hander.
They're going to leave Narveson in there.
It's kind of dangerous when you fire somebody and then you make them work.
Yeah. McClung is warming up, as you mentioned.
They also fired their bullpen coach. The manager, Ken Maka, was extended. He will be back.
Wonder what the bullpen coach did wrong. Brendan Ryan fouls it back.
Well, I guess what you do is you think of all the good things that Marty Mason did and figure he didn't do those things.
There you go. Marty's a great one, isn't he?
Well, Marty's a guy that really helps out the Cardinal pitchers a lot with mechanics. You know, Dave Duncan is a real strategy guy, but Marty Mason, beneath that calm
nuts
exterior, is thinking.
Yeah, nuts and bolts for Marty. Down to the third baseman, and they don't get the double play. The man in the middle is cut down 5-4. Immediately following today's telecast, you'll want to stay tuned for the postgame show, highlights from today's action, insight into the game, and a look at the playoffs. News Channel 5 is your home for St. Louis Cardinals baseball. Here's Albert. Struck out, flied to left, and then singled in the fifth. Albert could make this a one-run game. In a long time since he's homered.
I told you, 7 in the 7th. Got one already.
One ball to Albert.
Albert had a nice at-bat in the 5th inning. Hit the ball hard up the middle. And you hope that's kind of a sign of things to come.
That's low. Cardinals got one in the first. Brewers 2 in the second. They got one in the fourth. Fielder's home run in the fifth gave them one, and they picked up 2 in the seventh. Cardinals got one in the bottom of the 7th inning right now, and trying to get more. 3-0.
And the answer to your next question is yes. Do you let him swing? You didn't even know that was your next question, did you?
Well, I was thinking about it.
Don't you hate it when I'm inside your brain, Jay?
Yes, I do. You are right on track. Here's the walk. Well, the runners. Agnazzi.
And this applause is not for Ken Maka.
No.
But he is the guy that's going to quiet the crowd here, because he's going to go to Seth McClung here after talking with his left-handed pitcher, Chris Narveson, who did a very nice job here this afternoon.
6-2. Cardinals trying to rally in the 7th. More in a moment. Plaza Lexus. They invite you to test drive a Lexus today. By Amco Transmissions and a whole lot more. And by Ameren UE. We listen, we respond, we deliver. Matt Holliday, who's 1 for 2 on the afternoon, picked up the RBI in the first inning, stands in with the bases loaded. The Ducks are on the pond here in the 7th. 1 run home. Outside for a ball.
We talked in our open about how important Matt Holliday has been to this Cardinal team. The red hot August that the team had a lot to do with Matt Holliday being hot and making everybody else better. And he has a chance to do some damage here in the 7th inning.
Seth McClung now on the hill, the 3rd pitcher of the afternoon for the Brewers. Ball 2. McClung last pitched on Thursday in Colorado. He went 1 1/3. Stranded 3 inherited runners in the 3rd inning. Been on the DL earlier in the year with a sprained right elbow. A strike on the inside corner. Three balls and a strike. The Rockies had a little letdown apparently after their loss to the Dodgers. The Dodgers got 4 in the first at Los Angeles.
Brad Ausmus is a pretty good manager then.
That was off Marquee.
Ausmus thinking this game's easy. Joe Torre letting him do the managerial chores today.
The walk. Pagnozzi comes home. The bases remain loaded for Ludwig.
Ludwig sitting on 96 RBIs. Let's see.
How about
Ryan
100?
at 3rd.
How about 100?
Pujols at 2nd. And Holliday at 1st. 97, 98.
Yeah, you're right.
There he is. 97, 98, 99. 100. One pitch.
A little blooper out to right. And the force at 2nd, the only play. That was a broken bat blooper and a very good play.
Well, Holliday and Fielder really got tangled up together. And Holliday wasn't able to get a break because Fielder was going for the ball. Holliday was trying to go to 2nd. And our defensive play of the game, brought to you by Steak and Shake, is a 4-6 fielder's choice. It is an RBI for Ludwig. Not all the RBIs we were hoping for, but RBI number 97 on the fielder's choice.
Colby Rasmus, 6-4. Inside to Colby. He struck out, flied to right, flied to center. In for a strike, 1-1. Let's go back and take a look at that play a moment ago.
Here's the entanglement at first base as Fielder goes for the ball, runs into Holliday. He has to get out of the way. You need to give the fielder an opportunity to catch the ball. I think the umpires view that, that really wasn't a play that Fielder could make anyway. So there was no obstruction call.
Fly ball out into left. Braun is there. The Redbirds have plated 3. It's 6-4 Brewers after 7.
Introducing Arby's new $5.01 combos. 5 delicious full-size sandwiches with curly fries and a drink, all for only $5.01. But why the extra penny? It's for our world-famous roast beef, slow oven roasted to perfection every day and freshly sliced to order. It's for our signature French dip and Swiss with hot, savory au jus. And it's for the unique taste that only Arby's can deliver with our new classic roast beef patty melt. So say hello to Arby's new $5.01 combos. Worth every penny, and here to stay.
I know you belong.
His 17th appearance. A whopping ERA there, but Ricky has gotten himself together, pitched much better down at Memphis late, and getting a chance to see what he can do here.
Yeah, he's a guy that really has to figure out his motion to get the proper sync on it and control, and you know, he really can't be off mechanically, but when he's on, he can be really nasty. Good sinker, short little slider, and was a big part of the bullpen for Dave Duncan in 2006 when the Cardinals were so good. And, you know, perhaps will be a part of the bullpen in the future. Probably not the playoff roster, but he's got a big upside, Jay.
Alcides Escobar stands in, swings and misses. Escobar was hit by a pitch in the second and scored, and he singled in the fourth. Then went to second on a pass ball, to third on a stolen base, and scored on a wild pitch. He struck out in the sixth. 0-2.
And the most important thing about Josh Kinney is he gave up a home run on the first pitch he threw in the big leagues, which I know what that feels like.
You're in that club.
I'm in that club, but he's the latest member of the club, so
there are a lot of you.
Yeah, Bob Gibson's in that club, I believe.
I believe he is. Ball bounds away.
It's a bad club.
Who hit that ball?
Off of me, it was Jeff Leonard.
Jeff Leonard. Jeffrey Leonard.
That was pre his one flap down days. And he stopped the flap once Bob Porsche hit him right in one of his ribs. He stopped doing that.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Kinney misses outside.
And you think about the playoff excitement of that series with the Giants in 1987, and the playoff excitement, we have more of that in front of us. Isn't that great? And you know, from the player's point of view, you get to start all over again, Jay.
That's right.
And we should probably be pretty clear about that, and as a positive for these players, even guys that have struggled the last couple of weeks. There's something mentally cleansing about realizing you're starting at zero again with postseason numbers, just as players often get rejuvenated when they're traded in the middle of the season after having a bad year.
Strikeout. Good pitch from Kinney.
There's that slider that catches the inside part of the plate. Watch the late movement. Boom, there it is. Just cuts right over the inside corner. Not a lot of break on that pitch, but perfect location.
There's the man who will go to the Hill on Wednesday in the City of Angels.
They don't look very nervous, do they?
And the other gentleman there, Mr. Wainwright, will pitch game 2. Jason Kendall doubled and picked up 2 RBIs in the second, struck out in the fourth, grounded out in the sixth. 1 ball and 1 strike. skipper, his pitching coach Dave Duncan, his longtime friend. What a combo they've been. Swing and a miss.
Been a lot of talk about the possibility of both of those guys, whether they're going to be back again or not. Both of them have contracts that expire.
You got a feeling about it?
They've been a great combination, the two of them. Well, I'm a lot more sure about Tony coming back than I am Dave.
Yeah, I guess I feel the same way, but
and that's just a guess, is all that is. And really only Dave knows that answer right now.
Into right field. Ludwig makes the play. 2 gone.
But he's smart enough, and Tony's smart enough to deflect all of that kind of question until after the season is over, because they've got work to do.
The Cardinals have won 10 world championships, and this year marks their quest for number 11. Join News Channel 5 throughout the playoffs for Cardinal Nation Quest for 11. Special playoff coverage every weeknight at 10:35 right here on your home for Cardinal baseball, News Channel 5. Craig Counsell, the pinch hitter, rips one foul down the right side. Counsell batting .285. Counsell had a couple of hits in yesterday's game. Scored a couple of runs. Handy man to have around. A little low, 1-1.
It's just so exciting to think about the playoffs, Jay, and what hero is ahead. Not only the games and the moments, but what player on that Cardinal field will provide the excitement. Will Albert be the hero? He's a logical choice. How about Holiday?
Ball gets away as it was low. 2 balls and a strike.
Sometimes it's not even the guy who is the guy you would expect to be the hero.
You never know, do you?
Might be Brendan Ryan. Maybe he'll have a great series in L.A., where he grew up watching the Dodgers, wanting to be a Dodger, playing against that team that means so much to him.
What a story that would be. Ooh, Kenny missed just inside, I guess, there, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
Ryan Ludwig, the right fielder, 97 RBIs on the season. What if he gets hot? When he gets hot, he feels like he can hit anybody, anytime. Colby Rasmus has had stretches of brilliance. Will he all of a sudden turn it on and have it come together for him?
Here's a walk. Counsell down there at first. And Felipe Lopez. Felipe 2 for 4 on the afternoon. Felipe going to hit over 300 for these Brewers this year. He's at 308 right now.
And again, you look at this Brewers club, a lot of 300 hitters, a lot of guys with a lot of home runs, big numbers, big RBIs, not enough wins. And that's what it's all about, winning games. They've got a great closer.
Kinney throws over. Brewers have out-hit the Cardinals 10-5 in this game. Brewers have committed 2 errors. It's 6-4 as we play in the 8th inning. Milwaukee. This is just outside. And a reminder about the World Series tickets. They go on sale October 20th. You can go online tomorrow morning. Tickets can be purchased for any potential World Series games to be played here.
Good
tomorrow, fans may log on to stlcardinals.com and register for a chance to purchase World Series tickets. And on Friday, October 16th, the winners of that lottery will be notified via email.
Good conversation going on the mound there with Pagnozzi and Albert Pujols telling him, you got to get it together here because there's trouble. There's trouble behind these batters, next 2 batters.
Up the middle. Lopez with a 3-hit day. Directly up the middle. 2 on and 2 out.
Right through the shadows. Quick reactions by Kinney, but not able to come up with it. And you want to get this guy out because you really don't want to face Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder with runners aboard.
Garrett grounded out in the first, flied to center in the second, grounded out in the fifth, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the seventh. Ball 1. Into right center field, and that is Ryan out there to make the play. He does a good job of getting out there with those quick feet. 7.5 have been played. The Brewers lead. Well, we look at Rick's keys to the postseason play.
And this is all about starting pitching is key number 1. We talked about this in the pregame show, the importance of the Cardinals getting good starting pitching from Pinheiro, Carpenter, and Wainwright. Success in the middle of their lineup, having hot players named Pujols, Ludwig, and Holiday, and also handling the late innings, particularly the ninth. And the Cardinal fans are getting a treat here on Fan Appreciation Day, as the pinch hitter has been announced, Yadier Molina, and now he's taken out. He got announced, and now he's being pinch hit for.
And it'll be Joe Thurston.
And that was just a chance for the crowd here to give a round of applause for Yadier Molina.
So Molina was pinch hitting for DeRosa. Now Thurston for Molina as we lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. Popped up. It's back in the seats.
I think Tony was wrestling with not playing Molina today because he knows it's Fan Appreciation Day. He wants his players in the game. He wants them to not get rusty and also have a chance to be seen by the fans here and acknowledged. But Molina needs the rest more than anything else right now.
Absolutely. Thurston batting .225. He has really struggled the last couple of months. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Chris Smith doing the pitching for the Brewers following Supan, Narveson, and McClung. Smith, incidentally, last pitched on Thursday at Colorado, and he did not retire a batter, allowing 2 runs on 4 hits. Foul outside of first. Left-hander Mitch Stetter is warming up in the bullpen for the Brewers. Outside. Redbirds put themselves back in the picture here with the 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. There's Wellemeyer out in the Cardinal pen. Thurston fouls it off, and there's no play.
Joe Thurston will certainly be one of the Cardinals off the bench in the postseason roster, hitting from the left side. Both he and Rek Ankiel will have that chore. And the Cardinals bench is going to have to step it up a bit.
Payoff pitch coming. Walk. Thurston down there at first. Lugo, who walked, stole a base and scored in the 7th. Looking down to Jose Oquendo, coaching at third base. The 35th sellout of the season on hand this afternoon for this final game of the regular season. Postseason play beginning Wednesday in Los Angeles.
Brewers are trying to let the Cardinals back in this one, Jay.
One ball and 1 strike. Pagnozzi is on deck. Two and 1. Smith comes home. Shot up the middle.
All right.
Well, the first 2 have reached here in the bottom of the 8th.
It's getting interesting here, Jay.
Pagnozzi will come to the plate, but first a conversation is going to be had between Pagnozzi and Oquendo.
Oh, don't make him bunt.
He reached on an error and scored in the 7th inning.
I guess you've got to, but trying to get him his first big league hit.
Pagnozzi.
Clear bunting situation here.
Fielder pulled up on the grass at first. Ball 1. Matt Pagnozzi up from Memphis.
Is it wrong for me to root for him to foul 2 pitches off just so he gets to swing to get his first big league hit?
I don't guess it's wrong if you want to do it.
Thanks, Jay. Oh, boy. Well, if you know Matt Pagnozzi.
Now another meeting's going to take place.
You know Matt Pagnozzi, that's why I care so much about this guy getting his first big league hit. He's just such a great guy, such a great kid, great teammate to so many of the Cardinal players that got up before him to the big leagues at an older age. He's getting a chance to play here at the big league level. Who knows, maybe for the only time, Jay.
Yep. Now another conversation's going to take place here. Okendo and Pagnozzi want to make sure that they're on the same page. Obviously, Okendo does.
Tony must have changed his mind there. And had Jose come in to say something different. Hit and run, maybe?
Thurston out there at second. Lugo at first. Nobody out. That was a strike. 2-1. Smith has kind of a herky-jerky motion, doesn't he?
There's the signs from La Russa to Okendo. Okendo's flashed him to all the runners aboard, and then Matt Pagnozzi at the plate.
And Smith checking, see what the runners might be doing. Fielder coming down the line there. Balls and a strike. He gets the bunt down, and it is a beauty. Oh, he almost threw it away. The sacrifice is good. It goes 1-4. And Thurston and Lugo, representing the tying runs, are out there with one out. And here is David Freese, who got an RBI on a single back in the seventh.
Pagnozzi does his job, gets both runners into scoring position. Now the Cardinals, with one swing of the bat, can tie this up.
Outside for a ball. Freese represents the go-ahead run at this point in the proceedings. Ball two. Brendan Ryan on deck. San Francisco's taken the lead in the second quarter at San Francisco against the Rams. That's a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike. Little blooper into right. It's going to fall. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. We're tied. This crowd on Fan Appreciation Day comes to its feet as the Birds have come back. It's 6-6.
And great base running by Julio Lugo, who could tell right away that that ball is going to drop. A jam shot on Freese is 2 RBIs. Falls right between the second baseman and the right fielder. Lugo is flying around third base as he almost catches up to Joe Thurston, and the slide at the plate ties the score here in the 8th.
And here is Ryan. He is fouled out, struck out, flied to right, reached on a fielder's choice and scored back in the 7th.
And credit to Matt Pagnozzi for getting the bunt down and moving the runners into scoring position.
Indeed, a lot of credit. Now the veteran catcher Kendall going out to talk to Chris Smith. I mentioned that Smith is coming off a very poor performance last Thursday in Colorado. The former Red Sox property. Selected by Boston in the 4th round of the 2002 player draft. And it's high to Ryan for ball 1.
That takes Joel Pinheiro off the hook. He won't lose his 13th game. He won't win his 16th either. If he'd have won here today, he'd be number 3 in the National League list in terms of wins for the season, behind 2 of his teammates.
Freese is running. Ball hit into right. And Garrett will make the play as Freese retreats to first. Here comes Albert. Albert, who has already broken the assist record for first baseman this afternoon and received a standing ovation. He struck out in the 1st, flied to left in the 3rd, singled in the 5th, walked in the 7th. High fly ball into left. He got under it. And the play made out there by Escobar, the shortstop. After 8, 6-6.
Todd Wellemeyer takes over for the Cardinals. He is the 6th pitcher of the afternoon. Been a rough season for Wellemeyer. He was really counted on to be a big part of the rotation this year. He got a lot of innings on this Cardinal team, but could never really get it together. Had some injuries, went to the bullpen, and now he's just kind of looking to rebuild himself. And he's getting an opportunity here on the last game of the season in a 6-6 game.
Thurston stays in the game. He's out there at second. Lugo moves over to short. And let me just add one to what you just said, Rick. He is the 7th pitcher of the afternoon for the Cardinals.
I missed one.
Pinheiro, Boggs, Reyes, McClellan, Miller, Kinney, and Wellemeyer.
I just can't count that high.
Here's Ryan Braun.
And I don't think we're done yet.
No, I don't either. Wellemeyer, who has had a very, very tough season. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Braun walked in the 1st, flied out to center in the 3rd, grounded out in the 5th, singled, and scored in the 7th. Also stole a base in the 7th, his 20th of the season. Foul out of play. Wellemeyer, the Kentucky Colonel from Louisville. It's been a frustrating year for him, Rick.
Oh, yes. No question about that. And it's not for lack of effort. It just has not come together. That's all there is to it.
Fly ball, foul. Off the right side.
You know, he's a guy that really, you know, some would say maybe overachieved last year. He finally came together for him, and you just hope that he would be able to build on that. He'd be able to come back the next year and be right at that same spot. But he just wasn't the same guy. Even in spring training, he wasn't the same guy.
Had all kinds of trouble with his slot, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, just couldn't find where he's supposed to come from.
Exactly right. Boy. And then you start fooling around with it. You start thinking, well, I need to open up less. I need to close. I need to bend more. I need to finish more. I need to stand more upright. You start tinkering with it, and sometimes you never find the answer because it's such a feel thing. Pitching is such a feel thing.
Foul back to the screen. I think about pointing up the problem Smoltz had the other day with it, how important it is to be able to have the ball feel right to you, and it just didn't. I mean, it was so frustrating for a man 42 years old who's going into the Hall of Fame when he retires, and he was really frustrated by it. Deep in the hole, long throw, nice play by Lugo.
He does go a long way for this. Lugo, who's shown that he really doesn't get the ball out of his glove real quickly. He actually taps the glove with the ball a couple of times, and I think, again, that'll be something Jose Oquendo works with him next year to try to get rid of that.
You've talked about the help he can get in spring training next year.
No question. Well, he's been good.
Yeah.
But he's not been Brendan Ryan defensively, that's for sure. Or even Skip Schumacher.
Here's Fielder. And as he homered again, a shot to right and gone. Second home run of the day. That's number 46. That is just one behind Albert, who's been stuck on 47 so long. And Fielder, with one swing of the bat, puts the Brewers back on top 7-6.
Hanging breaking ball. It's the second breaking ball he's hit out today, as that one just hung right in the middle of the zone. Oh boy, that's a mistake pitch right there for Wellemeyer. And again, that's the difference between his good season and his bad season. Too many mistakes.
The 2 home runs plus the RBI that he got with the single in the 7th. Well, he's now at 141 in the RBI department and 46 in the home run department. And Fielder, I believe, is right at the 300 mark. Very close. You know, he might garner some interest in the MVP discussion, Rick.
Well, he certainly shouldn't be one, but he'd have to be in the top 3.
Mm-hmm. J.J. Hardy is the pinch hitter. Hardy batting .230 on the year, 47 RBIs, 11 home runs. Well, this crowd was so excited to see the Birds tie it up, and now deflated again here as Fielder pops one to right center.
Ryan Howard did not play today in the Philadelphia game, so Fielder has just tied Ryan Howard for the league lead in RBIs at 141. Albert at 135. And a big distance between those 3 and the rest of the pack. Ryan Braun 4th in the league at 113. Fielder has passed Ryan Howard in home runs also. So it's those three, Howard, Pujols, and Fielder, probably the best players in the National League.
Strikeout of Hardy. Corey Patterson will come to the plate for the first time as he took over in center field.
Pablo Sandoval was tied with Albert Pujols for second in the National League in batting. Albert 1 for 4 today. Neither one of them having a chance to catch Hanley Ramirez, who is the National League batting champion this year. He started the day at 342.
Patterson fouls off the first delivery, and Patterson is batting 107. Cardinals will have Holiday, Ludwig, and Rasmus, hopefully more, in the ninth. Just joining us, the Birds came back to tie it 6-6 with 2 in the 8th. And Prince Fielder, second home run of the day here in the top of the 9th inning, has put the Brewers on top. 2 balls and a strike.
Sandoval was 1 for 3 in his game, ended up hitting 330, but he's still playing actually 1 for 2 in that game. And he's at 330. And so it looks like he's got a much better shot at coming in second place in the batting race. And he's had quite a season.
Yes, he has. Very impressive. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Sandoval just flew out. He's back to 329. Albert around 328 now with his 1 for 4 day.
Way wide, full count.
I remember that last day chase with Albert and Todd Helton for the batting championship, where it was going down to percentage points. You needed a calculator, Jay.
That's right. That was, well,
Albert has given us so many thrills over the years. Want him to be in a Cardinal uniform for as long as possible.
Second strikeout for Wellemeyer, but he gives up that home run to Fielder. Brewers lead 7-6 as we go to the bottom of the 9th. West 19.
And he's just one save behind the Cardinal closer Ryan Franklin. Bell for San Diego has the most saves in the National League at 42 going into action today, but Hoffman's had quite a season, as has Ryan Franklin.
Matt Holliday 1 for 2 on the afternoon with an RBI.
There's
singled
Ryan Franklin.
And picked up, yeah, there's Franklin. He picked up that RBI Holliday did in the first inning. The Birds scoring first here, but Milwaukee got 2 in the second. 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth. That was a Fielder home run. 2 in the seventh, and then Fielder again here in the ninth. 7-6. Milwaukee. Strike on the corner. These two guys have been matched up against each other over the years, huh?
All about the changeup with Trevor Hoffman. He uses his fastball, I would say, with a lot of ability, though. He doesn't throw hard, mid-80s, probably max on his fastball, but he throws so many changeups, you've got to stay back. Even if you know it's coming, you sometimes can't hit his changeup. But you stay back and you wait and you wait and you wait, and then he sneaks a fastball by you.
As for the appeal, a strike is the word from Jim Wolf down at first. Well, you and I can remember Hoffman when he was a Blazer. He could really bring it. But he has continued to be very successful because he figured out how to pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fouled out of play.
Hoffman was on the mound when that great one-game playoff between the Padres and the Rockies, resulting in Holliday sliding at the plate. Hoffman was pitching at that moment. There's a big win in Rockies history, and they've done quite a job getting back in this and turning themselves into the wild card team.
2-2. Ludwig on deck. Bottom of the ninth. Strikeout.
There's that changeup. You just can't stay back long enough. Here's the delivery. Fingers off the ball. Whoops, it's not there.
Bottom dropped right out of it, didn't he?
He's almost throwing it like some people used to call it a slip pitch. You're holding it with both your pinky and then your next finger as well as your thumb with the 2 fingers off the ball. Dave LaPointe used to throw his changeup like that. Dave LaPointe had a great changeup in his years with the Cardinals.
Ludwig on a fielder's choice in the 7th picked up his 97th RBI of the season. He walked in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd, and struck out in the 6th. Foul back. One ball and 1 strike. Inside to Ludwig. Rasmus is on deck. 7-12-2 for Milwaukee. 6-7-0 for the Cardinals. Foul back to the screen. 2-2.
Cardinal fans here at the ballpark, I think they're hoping for a thrill here this afternoon and a Cardinal comeback, but I think they would trade that any day for a thrilling game here in St. Louis next Saturday against the Dodgers. Boy, isn't that going to be fun.
Sure is.
I know the fans will be out here supporting their team that day.
Here comes the 2-2 and a full count. granddad and grandson there, I bet you. They're enjoying the afternoon. Hoping the Cardinals are going to come back. That's a walk.
And they just might.
Time for the player of the game, and you have to salute Prince Fielder.
3 hits on the afternoon, 2 home runs. And his home run in the top of the 9th inning gave the Brewers the lead off of Todd Wellemeyer. 2 high shots to right for Prince Fielder. What a season he's had. Ties Ryan Howard with 141 RBIs and homers number 45 and 46.
Colby Rasmus 0 for 4 on the afternoon. Well, what was that all about? It obviously was trying to bunt.
Well, I'm not sure that's a smart play. One swing of the bat, Colby Rasmus can win this game.
Rick Ankiel is on deck.
You know, one of the things he's thinking is, if I get a bunt down and at the very least move the tying run to second base, then I've accomplished something. But I think Rasmus is a guy you eventually want to be the guy that takes care of business himself. Does run very, very well.
He had the walk-off 2-run home run versus San Diego. That was back in August 16th.
We'll see if he gets something good to hit here at 2-1. Rick Ankiel will hit next. So Hoffman's work is not finished yet.
Hmm. 3-1. After the strikeout of Holiday, Ludwig and Rasmus are walked by the future Hall of Famer. And Rick Ankiel pinch hitting. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead run at first.
All year we've been hearing this song with Rick Ankiel. I just got to find my way out of here. And you wonder whether that might be a metaphor for this being his last time in a Cardinal uniform. Pending free agent.
Strike on the outside corner.
Has a chance to be a hero here this afternoon, giving Cardinal fans a lot of thrills, but he may be a guy that commands more money than the Cardinals are willing to pay next year, considering they have 3 very valuable outfielders already.
Outside for a ball, 1-1. Ankiel struck out 3 times yesterday and grounded out on 1 other occasion. He has 11 home runs. Here's the defense. You see the shadows.
And Ankiel could be very important off the bench for the Cardinals in the playoffs.
There's a strike at the knees. It's been hard for him to be aggressive lately. Really has. One ball and 2 strikes. 2 on and 1 out. 9th inning. Milwaukee leading 7-6. 2-2. Good speed out there with Ludwig And Rasmus.
And Rasmus, the runner that matters right now. Ludwig will go station to station, but you have to be careful on a base hit. It's hit hard in the outfield. Will he score or not?
3-2.
You cannot send the runners here. Anfield strikes out too much. The outfield is so deep that maybe Ludwig can score even on a ball hit hard in the outfield. Ludwig was really a fast runner early in his career. Doesn't run like he used to, but he's a smart runner.
Well, as you mentioned, they're very deep in the outfield right now. Foul back.
You barely see Corey Patterson in center field. He's a good 15 yards behind the arch in center field. And as a point of reference, the arch that goes here, that's about where Rasmus is playing. But Rasmus plays center field. But Patterson's so deep right now, he can't throw anybody out from there.
Here we go again. No, they say, and it's a walk. They asked for the appeal. Third base umpire Bill Welke said no. And after the strikeout, 3 consecutive walks.
And Julio Lugo has a chance to win this game with a base hit. Now the outfield's got to move in a bit. Not just because it's Lugo hitting, but they can't afford to play so deep that they can't throw a runner out at home.
Lugo walked and scored in the 7th, singled and scored in the 8th.
3 walks in a row for Hoffman.
Lugo fouls it back. He is 5 for 7 in his career against Trevor Hoffman.
That's pretty good, Jay.
You bet it is. Can Lugo deliver? Bottom of the 9th inning. That's a strike. 0-2. Troy Glass out on deck. They're the runners that matter right now. Ludwig, Rasmus. On the ground, double play ball. Safe at first. And the game is tied. And they come to their feet here at Busch. Fan Appreciation Day, and they appreciate this comeback. The Birds coming back to tie it in the bottom of the 8th with 2. And after Fielder's home run in the top of the 9th, have tied it here in the bottom of the 9th. It's 7-7. And the winning run down there at third, Colby Rasmus with Glass coming to the plate.
Well, the Brewers did everything they could do to try to turn that double play. Lugo hustling down the line, picks up the RBI, and will Troy Glass win this game for the Cardinals? So Trevor Hoffman, his own worst enemy here this afternoon, walking 3 straight Cardinals. Ludwig, Rasmus, and then Ankiel. After striking out Matt Holliday. What a turn of events here, Jay.
Fly ball into right. It'll be handled out there by Garrett. And we're going to extra innings. The Cardinals and the Brewers tied at 7 after 9. in the game and play third.
Freeze now moves from third base and is catching.
Freeze is now doing the catching.
Third base.
Oh, how about that?
Yep. So David Freeze is behind the plate.
Well, it answers my question that I was asking when Matt Pagnozzi was being pinch hit for by Troy Gloss.
Right.
Now we know who the emergency catcher is. David Freeze, Lafayette High School, St. Louis,
Green.
Missouri.
Tyler Green is now at shortstop. Get all these changes made for you. Is Lugo at second?
He has moved back for the second time.
Yep. He's back at second. Interesting looking scorecards we've got here. Holiday, Rasmus, and Ludwig in the outfield left to right. Gloss, Green, Lugo, and Pujols. Freeze behind the plate.
Cardinals have a couple of pitchers left in their bullpen. But they're going to go a long way with Wellemeyer. Trust me on that. But they've got Hawksworth, Mott, and Franklin, but only Khalil Green on their bench.
Escobar leading it off. 1 ball and 1 strike. Escobar hit by a pitch in the second, scored. He singled and scored in the fourth with the help of a pass ball, a stolen base, and a wild pitch. Struck out in the sixth and in the eighth. Fouled into the seats in right.
Wellemeyer set to hit second in the bottom of the inning. And you've got to let him bat, don't you? You don't have anybody else. You could pinch hit Wainwright.
I was going to say you could pinch hit Wainwright, absolutely.
But you really don't want to use Hawksworth in this game anyway.
And Gloss not in time. Made the play as good as you could make it, but this guy can really run.
I tell you, that was
Escobar.
a nice play by Troy Gloss too. He's had a lot of issues this year, back issues, etc. But the guy runs like that, it's going to be a base hit anyway. But Gloss makes it pretty close. I was impressed by that defensive.
I was too.
Footwork of Mr. Gloss. Escobar manufactured a run early on, didn't he?
Yep.
All on his own, and
that was back in the fourth inning.
He singled, pass ball took him to second, stole third, scalded on a wild pitch.
Now let's see if Kendall is bunting here. He doubled and picked up 2 RBIs in the second, struck out in the fourth, grounded out in the sixth, and flied to right in the eighth. And he is bunting. And the sacrifice goes 1-3.
Cardinals have been out hit 13-7, but have managed to tie the score here twice. 3 walks by Hoffman in the 9th inning, and 5, 6, 7 walks in the last 3 innings.
First time that Freeze has ever caught at the professional level, we're told. And Counsell will be at the plate. His second time at bat in this game as he came in late. He walked back in the 8th. Counsell has made a little adjustment in his batting stance. Rick, you remember that he used to put that bat way up over his head and stretch it. And
I'm sitting here trying to figure out why you bunt a guy to second base who runs like a deer with a guy who's catching who's never caught before.
Swing and a miss.
And a pitcher who's slow to the plate. I mean, didn't the Brewers just give up an out there? I'm sorry, I got to test David Freeze's arm behind the plate.
We're just getting some word on the times for the games on Wednesday and Thursday, as well as the time for the playoff game on Tuesday in the American League Central, where the tiebreaker will be played at Minnesota. That will be at 4:07 St. Louis time on Tuesday. And then the Cardinals game against the Dodgers, game 1 of the NLDS, at 8:37 in the evening on Wednesday, St. Louis time. Out of play. The game on Thursday will be at 5:07 St. Louis time. One ball and 2 strikes to Counsell.
So 8:37 start time on Wednesday the 7th in LA, 5:07 Thursday in LA, and then the Saturday game here in St. Louis with the Dodgers. That'll be NLDS game 3
at 5:07.
Begins at 5:07.
That's as far as we've been given any information.
That'll get us through Saturday.
Yep. 2-2. David Freese doing the catching. First time ever as a professional. Behind the plate. Popped up and backing out of play.
Well, this is really interesting to figure out what Todd Wellemeyer and David Freese are thinking right now. These are guys that clearly have never worked together.
Absolutely. New ground is being broken.
It is. Sometimes you have to improvise, though.
A shot out into right, and it is handled out there by Lugo. Moving quickly, backing it up. And here is Lopez, who's had himself a nice day. He has 3 hits. He's got his average up to 310.
I still think the Brewers gave the Cardinals an out this inning. They took away one of their shots at a go-ahead run by bunting Kendall.
And there goes the runner to third. The throw is high, and a good play by Gloss to keep that ball from going into left field. Troy got up in the air. Good thing he's nice and tall like that.
So the Brewers just figured out that the Cardinals have somebody who's not a catcher catching, and they decide to steal third. Might be a day late and $1 short.
1 ball and no strikes to Lopez. The final on that Twins-Royals game was 13-4. The Twins win it. And the Tigers won 5-3 over the White Sox. They play Tuesday. That's low. 2 balls and no strikes. Lopez flied out in the first, singled in the second, grounded out in the fourth, doubled in the seventh, singled in the eighth. He's had himself a very good day. That's a little outside. 3-0. Garrett is on deck. Foul back to the screen.
Escobar was trying to bother Todd Wellemeyer by acting as if he was trying to steal home. Wellemeyer eyeballing him right now as he took a number of steps towards home in the middle of Wellemeyer's delivery, trying to throw him off.
Three and two.
And David Freese behind the plate is going to have to learn in a hurry how to block pitches in the dirt too.
This is foul into the seats and left.
learning experience for David Freese. That's fun, Jay. I like that.
Oh, this has been something, hasn't it? Here's a shot into right, and it is into the seats down there. This game's had a little bit of everything. Talk about the ebb and flow in this game.
Been a lot of ebbing going on lately for the Cardinals.
You're not kidding.
Not enough flow. And you hope the Cardinals offense will flow in the bottom of the 10th, top of the order for the Cardinals. The catcher, Freese, will lead it off.
Popped out of play.
And then the Cardinals will have to figure out what to do with Wellemeyer. And then we'll get one more shot at seeing Albert Pujols.
Alcides Escobar, the youngster, down there at third. Fleet of foot. Another foul out of play. These two are going at it, aren't they?
Well, Mr. Wellemeyer's getting some work, isn't he? There's a lot of effort in this at bat. Lopez continuing to foul off pitches, but the result is what everyone still remembers. Wellemeyer can make it a positive result, or it could be a hit that gives Milwaukee the lead.
A walk.
Or it could be ball 4. Now, if Milwaukee bunts him over now, I'm really going to question their strategy.
I'm sure you would. Garrett has grounded out, flied to center, grounded out, reached on a fielder's choice and scored and popped out. And he'll stand in. The .227 batting average. Runners at the corners. The only man that means anything at this point in the proceedings is Escobar down there at third. Runner goes, and it'll be indifference.
Jay, with this game going extra innings, if it continues to go further, we will see Prince Fielder with an opportunity of tying Albert for home runs for the National League lead. He's already tied Ryan Howard for the league lead in RBIs. We've already given him player of the game. I just don't want to see him hit again.
1 ball and 1 strike. A long afternoon here. 7-7 if you just happen to be joining us. Fouled out of play. In the 10th inning. Another foul out of play. Freese is getting a lot of practice on taking his helmet off down there.
Well, he doesn't quite know what to do with it.
No, I know.
When he takes the helmet off and the umpire hands him a ball, he doesn't quite know how to throw it back to the pitcher with the helmet in his hand. He hasn't quite got the equipment thing figured out yet.
They're going to talk it over for a moment, Wellemeyer and Freese. And if you just happen to be joining us, David Freese is behind the plate.
We're not making that up.
And it's his first time ever to catch as a professional.
Well, the last time we asked the question, Nick Stavanoa was the Cardinal emergency catcher in their system. But he had some injury issues and wasn't able to be called up in September.
Out it goes. Play made. And the throw not in time. So the Brewers retake the lead 8-7. Lugo got to that ball, had a long way to go to his right.
Had a hard time getting the handle, has to take a couple of steps before he gets a good feel for the ball. He doesn't want to throw it away, but he also loses precious time and the base runner. There's Escobar scoring from third.
Lopez going over to third.
Well, again, that's a project for spring training for Jose Oquendo.
And here's a shot into left center into the gap. And the ball falls between Holiday and Rasmus. Another run comes home as Lopez scores. And it's 9-7. Braun continuing to do damage here.
Communication not good on that play. Colby Rasmus had a shot at that ball, and I think Holiday thought that he was going to make the play, so he pulled up and normally expect the center fielder to take charge, but for whatever reason, maybe Colby didn't see the ball at the last minute. Tough sun field in left center, and for whatever reason, they both pulled back, and it ends up as an RBI double for Braun, and the Cardinals now, I think, with a little
Intentional
sense.
pass here.
Well, that'll keep him from catching Albert.
That's right.
Which is not why they're doing it.
No, but they're going to load him up for Gamble. Or, no, Gamble's out of the game. Patterson, I believe, right? Or, yep, that's who it is. And now Patterson's being called back.
It's actually the pitcher's spot right now. Patterson is in the next spot. Patterson hit for Cameron.
This is Bourgeois.
Jason Bourgeois.
This is his 24th appearance of the season with the Brewers. He started 6 times in right field. Contract was purchased from AAA Nashville on August the 12th. Fouls it back.
Well, this is not a scenario we could have predicted when we woke up this morning, Jay. Wellemeyer pitching in the 10th inning to Jason Bourgeois with David Freese behind the plate in a 9-7 game.
It's all been a little surreal this afternoon, Rick.
The feel of a spring training game.
Yeah.
For folks that have been to spring training, you've seen games like this.
Sure.
Players getting used for different purposes and different situations, but it doesn't have the crisp feel of a normal game.
One ball and 2 strikes. Popped out of play. Freeze handles it. Out of way, David. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty, but he got the job done.
That was worth the price of admission right there.
Good for David Freeze. Bottom of the 10th coming up. wild and woolly one here. And the new pitcher is John Axford. He last pitched on Thursday at Colorado. Made his major league debut at Chicago on the 15th of September. He was brought up from AAA Nashville.
And he's got a chance for a save here this afternoon.
Had been a Yankee property and was signed by the Brewers back in April after being released by the Yankees. David Freese. A nice job behind the plate there.
And Khalil Green is the last player off the Cardinal bench. He'll hit next for Todd Wellemeyer. If the Cardinals score 2 runs here, be very interesting to see who pitches the next inning. It's possible Freese will pitch before the day's over.
49ers 14, Cardinals, or the Rams, I should say, nothing. 49ers 14, the Rams nothing, and they're in the third quarter out in the city by the bay.
Well, my guess is Jason Mott is the only pitcher the Cardinals would even consider using. Maybe Ryan Franklin for an inning, but I think the decision's already been made to shut him down for today.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Freese. Freese singled and picked up an RBI in the 7th. Singled again in the 8th. His batting average at .333 as he stands in there right now. That misses outside, 2-2.
Ryan Franklin talking about the scenario here. He sees Khalil Green on deck. Jeff Murphy, the bullpen coach, or bullpen catcher, along with Marty Mason, the bullpen coach, talking it over.
Swing and a miss. 1 away for Khalil Green. Green batting for Wellemeyer. Khalil, 201, had that remarkable spring training, looked like a world beater in Florida, and then really struggled, and word came about his anxiety problems. Strike 1 to Khalil.
Boy, he was red hot, wasn't he?
Oh my, so impressive during spring training.
The Cardinal teammates still talk about the kind of ability he has. They just know he's got tremendous hand-eye coordination. He's just a hitter. He's a flat-out hitter. He's the best hitter in the history of the ACC conference.
That's right.
And, you know, there's ability there. There's no question about it. It just can't flow when he's just not feeling right.
1 ball and 1 strike. In there for strike 2. Down he goes. Axford strikes out the first 2 he faces.
Well, folks wanted to see Albert hit one more time. Here it is.
This was the man who certainly carried the Cardinals very much on his back over the first 3 months of the season. They kept scratching and scratching and trying to stay in the race with the Cubs and these Brewers. And then the Redbirds would run away with the division. Postseason play begins Wednesday in Los Angeles. 1 ball and 1 strike. Foul back to the screen.
Albert does not have a lot of movement with his lower half when he bats, but it looks like he's just opening up a bit too much on the first move. When the pitcher's getting ready, it's almost as if he's in that position of being fooled by the pitch, where he's stepping more towards, he doesn't step a lot either, but more towards third than straight at the pitcher. Everything's just a little bit open. You see his chest, you see him already turned when the ball's on his way instead of having the front shoulder closed, and a lot of times that will be the result of doing something different with your lower half. But it's a feel thing. Just want to see him get it back.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Albert's had 2 or 3 valleys this year where he just hasn't been right, and all of a sudden he comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah, we thought he was worn out. Remember, after the All-Star break, and he came back and banged the ball. My goodness. Full count.
It makes it almost like he's jumping at the ball because he's open. He doesn't see it as well. He's not balanced as well, so it looks like he's just jumping and attacking the ball. And if you jump towards the ball, then your head moves, and you don't see it as well. So all of it's related.
And you mentioned he's very still at the plate usually. Well, this should end it. It's going to be the shortstop, Escobar, who makes the play. 9 runs on 15 hits, 2 errors, and 11 left for the Brewers, who sweep here 7-7-0 with 11 left for the Cardinals.